If you've ever seen a news headline that just caused you to laugh and laugh and laugh, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook, where we close out the week and we close out the month of May. So if you are still abiding by the sell in May and go away, this is your last day to do that. It hasn't worked so far, but this is your last day. If in fact you do want to do that, Monday next week, is going to be June 2nd, first of the month. We're also expecting some inflows there, but we do have some news to discuss here today. We've got some earnings we can go over. We've got Mark Petrino coming today. We've got Anne Marie a little bit later today. We're going to finish the week off strong here. Going to come up with some trading ideas. We're going to tell some jokes. We're definitely going to have some laughs. Let's go ahead and get it started. Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook for Friday, May 30th, starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces and happy Friday. We made it. I tell you what, I can't wait. I can't wait for the trading day to be over here today because I am going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to hit the driving range today, golf over the weekend. I'm just so excited. The sun's out. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have a great day, and we're going to start that great day right here with all of you. Paul, good morning. It's great to see you again. Kayla, good morning. Welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, locked in as always. Love it. Welcome back. Charles, great to see you. Yassine, great to see you again. Holy Esbet, says Yassine. Yeah, we're going to be looking at Esbet today. Full on at this point, when we first took a look at it and we came up with the crazy levels and then we laughed together as the crazy levels got hit. I don't think even 13 saw this coming here. Esbet shenanigans again here this morning. We'll absolutely take a look at that. No problem at all. Rooster, good morning and happy Friday indeed. Sun-kissed Yogi, good morning. Happy Friday to you. Chuck, good morning. Pete, good morning. Let's go. Charles, Meta, CRM, ZST, please do charts when possible. Charles, I thought we were going to go through this entire Friday without doing any charts. That I woke up today and I was like, you know what? We're not going to do charts today. Just kidding, Charles. We'll take a look at all of that. I'm sure if I forget, please remind me. Good morning, Ivan. Sean, good morning. Mama Bear's locked in. Hunter, good morning. Bernhard, good morning. The producer. Funny story, folks. Producer and I were having a couple of really great discussions. I learned some cool stuff about Barcelona this morning, but also producer heard Cleo chirping in the background and thought a bird got into his house. That's the first time that's happened in a little bit. Good morning, producer. Day trader, locked in. Let's go. Good morning. Happy Friday. Josh, good morning. Graf, good morning. E-Rock, good morning. Thuy, good morning. JJ, great to see you. JJ, I did get your email. Let me go through that a little bit later today. Terlingua, good morning. What's going to happen today? We're going to have fun, and the market's going to trade back and forth. Get locked in for that. Philip, good morning. Diamond Hotline, good morning. Vera, good morning. Tom, good morning. Who was it yesterday that said Esbet was going to 62? I think it was Smoked Tuna. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Smoked Tuna. I can't remember what the exact predictions were, but I'm thrilled to see that more of our chat's predictions are coming true. We'll see. I'm sure we'll see Smoked Tuna at some point here today. Neville, good morning. Jay Wild, good morning. And again, as always, thank you for your service. Adrina, good morning. Javon, good morning. Eric, good morning. Harley, good morning. Let's talk Knicks for real, says Sean. Yo, Knicks, really good performance last night. We'll see where that goes here. I actually think that series can go 7. I got my fingers crossed for it. Congratulations to the Edmonton Oilers for making the Stanley Cup. Eric, good morning. Gary, good morning. Samita, good morning. Rail, good morning. Hope I pronounced your name right. Rail. Sergeant Sexy is locked in, so we're ready to go. King Haas, good morning. Seahorse, good morning. And get to the chopper. Gotta love it. Good morning. Joe, good morning. Last day of the quarter, last day of the week, last day of May. Get ready to play. I just came up with that right on the surface. Okay, we are going to start off today with breaking news. 0 days without tariff uncertainty or a tariff headline. It continues to dominate the market. Let's take a look at the charts and see if we can make some sense. Simpsons is timeless, man. Simpsons is timeless. That was a part of my childhood, and I'll always have fond memories of it. Nonetheless, here's a look at your SPY chart, and stop me if you've heard this before, but gosh, we're still kind of trapped in this area here. Under the downward sloping trend line that goes from the all-time highs to the recent high we made. We're kind of banging against that here yet again this morning. We'll see if we're able to break through that and close above that. Frankly, this is clearly providing adequate resistance prior to even getting to 600. So the road to new highs here, paved with a couple of pretty big resistance areas that we're going to need to get through. We'll see if we can get through any of them here today. We've also done a really good job staying above the upsloping trend line that goes from the Liberation Day lows. And also we've continued to trade sideways here above that 582.30 level. So we're kind of compressing into the corner of this triangle. I expect either a breakout or a breakdown. If I had to choose one or the other, I would say a breakout. But we'll see how this ends up trading here today. As far as the economic events here today, PCE data coming this morning. We got the Chicago, that comes at 8:30, excuse me. We've got the Chicago PMI 15 minutes after the market opens. We also have the Michigan Consumer Sentiment print at 10. And we have a couple of Fed speakers today. We've got Bostic at 12:20, but I think we also have two more. I think Goolsbee is one. I can't remember the other. But we do have a couple of those. Let's really quick take a look at the morning update here. You can see we're kind of mixed, flattish here in the pre-market on the indices. Nothing really to take away from there. PTNM, Platinum Limited. I have no idea what this is, but this is, excuse me, IPOing today. This was priced at $4, between 4 and 5. We'll see where it ends up opening, excuse me. And then we also have the healthcare conference starting here today. Let's see. We had some initiations here. Zscaler, which I believe reported earnings last night. It did. That got some initiations today. That is up here. That closed just over 250, 251 yesterday. We're printing almost 270 here in the pre-market. Marvell got a buy from Rosenblatt. That's actually down. Airbnb, a sell from Truist. That's down. So you had a couple here of unusual initiations or initiations worth following. MCHP, I know a friend, Matt Maley, was recently trading this one. This caught a initiation here from Rosenblatt, and that went up. TIGR reporting earnings. The reason I bring this up is because this has actually been one of the short-term kind of day trader stocks that we have looked at off of the scanner. They're reporting earnings here today. And ticker X, United States Steel, also downgraded here today. Okay, let's go back to the chart tool. We already took a look at the SPY here. Let's take a quick look at some of the news. I just want to breeze through this one real quick. We're all aware of, for the most part, we're all aware of what happened yesterday. Federal appeals court on Thursday temporarily reinstated most of the tariffs imposed by President Trump. When we talked about the breaking news yesterday morning, I told you that this was going to get appealed. I told you that this was going to get overturned. Didn't even take 24 hours for that to happen. This decision by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit Court pauses a lower court's ruling had invalidated a significant portion of these tariffs. The stay will remain in effect, allowing the Trump administration to pursue its appeal of the trade court decision. That's going to be ongoing. We'll see where it goes. Let's go to some insights here. According to Adam Turnquist, the chief technical strategist for LPL Financial, quote, the added wrinkle, end quote, to the trade policy induces more uncertainty about where the effective U.S. tariff rate will ultimately land and likely, quote, delay the timeline for clarity, end quote. Massive shout out to 13. We'll give him his flowers when he shows up here again. This is literally exactly what he said, just using some different words. When he came on yesterday regarding this decision, looks like we were not alone in thinking that. Turnquist goes on. However, he added the market hates uncertainty and cited that the trade uncertainty index peaked as the market bottomed last month. Quote, importantly, high levels of trade policy uncertainty tend to correlate with high implied volatility, suggesting investors should expect a bumpier path for stocks until there is more clarity on the table. We were starting to get some of that clarity before it got evaporated yesterday. Again, we'll see where we go from here. Turnquist believes that, quote, higher trade policy uncertainty also tends to coincide with increased implied volatility, so investors should expect elevated turbulence until there's greater clarity on trade. Ed Yardeni, according to Ed Yardeni, the U.S. operates as a federal republic distinct from pure democracy where majority rule is absolute. Yardeni explains that the nation's constitutional framework, largely conceived by lawyerly founding fathers. Lawyerly is a word that I don't think I use enough. It's fun to say. We'll see if I can incorporate that. Was deliberately crafted with checks and balances. The system aims to prevent the concentration of political power and to safeguard the rights of minority parties from potential, quote, abuses of the majority as well as by those in power, end quote. He highlights the design of the three branches of government inherently to serve to, quote, frustrate the ambitions of the powerful on a regular basis, end quote. Thus, according to him, a gridlock situation with the tariffs would likely be good for the markets. This I definitely agree with. I think the other takeaway here that he's not explicitly saying is that very, very clearly they want to try and redo some of this stuff. And it's not easy to do. And a lot of the times getting through the bureaucracy is tough. They're looking to try and speed that up. They're going to meet some resistance. S&P futures are selling off here, so we likely have a data print. I'll go check that out here in a sec. Let me know, producer, or if you could put it on the screen, that would also be helpful. In other words, the gridlock is a feature rather than a bug of the American constitutional system. Gridlock has generally been viewed as bullish by stock and bond investors. The companies they invest in tend to do the best when the government is at least meddlesome in their business. This is a reminder here that gloom and doom predictions, no matter where they come from, often not right and not what you should follow. We're going to try and be more tactical around all of these things and kind of break it down. Wanted to go over some of those insights, getting a little bit on both sides there, which makes me happy. Next story. Oh, you know what? Let's see. Did I miss any of that data? Let me go back here real quick. Let's see. S&P futures ticking down 0.59% here. I don't see. Oh, okay. So we had, thank you. So it looks like a Trump tweet here is what is sinking the market. I haven't seen this yet. The very high tariffs have set made it virtually impossible for China to trade. Back when we went cold turkey with China, it was devastating for them. I'm not going to read the entire thing here. Just from going through this here, it looks like we had quotes from Besant yesterday saying that the talks with China have stalled. I think he said it was bumpy or something like that. I can't remember the exact words that he used. It's also worth noting that we have Jameson Greer on CNBC right now talking about tariffs and all of that. Market is clearly responding to that. Market pulling here 58.81 on the S&P futures, 586 there on the SPY, as we actually just took out the pre-market lows and are holding yesterday's intraday lows. That's going to be one of your key levels here. I didn't actually cover that when we took a look at the SPY chart, but that 586 level likely to be in play here today. Okay, we'll see how that settles out as that continues to trade. And in the meantime, we're going to talk about Dell, which reported earnings last night. We're going to start here with the chart because we've been charting Dell quite a bit recently. And it looks like we might have a decision point coming here with Dell, very much like the SPY, where we're kind of trading into the corner of that triangle. We're getting something very similar here on Dell. We do have the $87 level, which we have all kind of agreed is extremely important. This goes all the way back to 2024, the beginning of 2024. We also have a downward sloping trend line from the all-time highs put it in May of 2024, and we are currently bumping against that. But what makes this interesting, you guessed it, we've got the 200-day right there supporting the price. Again, we are continuing to compress into this. We are either going to break down from this 200-day moving average, or we are going to break out from the top end of this trend line here. If we do break out, I've really kind of got the next spot here at 122. It's about 9 points higher than where we're at right now. We'll see if we end up getting that. Dell here about flat after its earnings. If we look inside, you can see what happened here on Dell. When we initially released the number, this actually spiked to 126, came all the way back in, and it's kind of held there, held flattish, but still slightly higher. Now, let me go back to the daily chart so we can get that set up. Let's actually take a look at the earnings themselves. Dell Technology reported financial results for the first quarter on Thursday. They reported revenue of $23.38 billion, beating the consensus estimate of $23.14 billion. According to Benzinga Pro, the company reported adjusted earnings of $1.55 per share, missing analyst estimates of $1.69 per share. Total revenue was up 5% year over year. Infrastructure Solutions Group revenue totaled $10.3 billion in the first quarter, up 12% year over year. Client Solutions revenue $12.5 billion, up 5% year over year. So up, up, up. Cash flow from operations was $2.8 billion for the first quarter. Dell said it returned $2.4 to shareholders via share repurchase and dividends in the quarter. Company ended the period with $7.7 billion in cash and cash equivalents. Man, we achieved first quarter record server and networking revenue of $6.3 billion, and we're experiencing unprecedented demand for our AI optimized servers. This comes from Jeff Clark, Vice Chairman and Chief Operating Officer of Dell. Let me ask you, have we heard that before? Have we heard what this is? Okay, we've heard insane demand. I beg your pardon. Jeff here is saying unprecedented demand. We're hearing a lot of the same thing from some of these tech companies. I was alluding to NVIDIA and the way Jensen talks about his products. The little blurb in the NVIDIA earnings that just came out here, very, very bullish. If you just listen to what Jensen was saying, said something very similar to what Mr. Clark is saying here. He goes on, quote, "We generated $12.1 billion in AI orders this quarter alone, surpassing the entirety of shipments in all full year 25, as leaving us with $14.4 billion in backlog." Okay, Dell expects second quarter revenue to be between $28.5 billion and $29.5 billion. The company anticipates second quarter adjusted earnings of $2.25 per share. Dell expects fiscal 2026 revenue of $101 to $105 billion and full year adjusted revenue of $9.40 per share. Dell's management team had the conference call. I actually didn't listen to that. If any of you did listen to the conference call, I'd like to know if you had any takeaways from that call. Dell here, though, looking pretty good. Pretty good report. Actually, the chart to me kind of looks interesting. I really think that if we can break above this trend line, this might make for a decent long side swing. One more thing here is that if we are able to take out, we talked about that 123-ish level. If we're able to move above that, we actually have a potential gap here from 130 to 141. So some pretty interesting spots above here on Dell if this can really turn around. Now, I have no position on this. I actually haven't traded this in some time. I think the last time I traded this was on a day trade piece of news that came out that sent this trading up $4 or $5, and I think I just captured a little bit of that. But I'll be watching this one for a potential long side move. We'll see. This is ticker Dell, DELL. We do have some more news here on Dell. This coincides with NVIDIA. The Department of Energy announced a deal with Dell Technologies to develop NERSC-10, a supercomputer that will support HPC tasks and be named after Nobel Prize winner Jennifer Doudna. It will be powered by NVIDIA's platform and connected to Department of Energy facilities. During a visit to Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, the U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright on Thursday announced a new deal with Dell Technologies to develop the flagship supercomputer at the National Energy Research Scientific Computing Center. That is what NERSC was. I couldn't remember it, so I actually had to read it there. Sorry about that. The U.S. Department of Energy user facility at Berkeley Lab. Now, the new supercomputer, a Dell Technologies system powered by NVIDIA chips, next generation Rubin platform. This is actually some of the chips that are supposed to replace Blackwell in the future. So this actually might be worth watching just in general. Will be engineered to support large-scale, high-performance computing workloads like those in molecular dynamics, high-energy physics, and AI training and inference. That all just sounds so cool. I can't get over it. Due in 2026, the new system will be named after Jennifer Doudna. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. I apologize if I'm not. The Berkeley lab-based biochemist who won the 2020 Nobel Prize for Chemistry in recognition of her work on the gene editing technology for CRISPR. CRISPR, a hot stock, at least for some period of time. Know a lot of folks that have actually traded that pretty well. I think we were just talking about NTLA yesterday. I had mentioned Eat It, which has been pretty good. Those gene editors, those are decent stocks to trade there. Anyway, NERSC director Sudeep Dosanjh, I probably butchered that, I'm sorry, said Doudna will be connected to the Department of Energy experimental and observational facilities through the Energy Sciences Network, allowing scientists to stream data seamlessly into the system from all parts of the country and analyze it in near real time. Supercomputers gain prominence for their ability to tackle complex computational intensive tasks beyond conventional computers. They hold huge potential as tools for scientific research, artificial intelligence, and various industries. Now, interestingly enough, we're not hearing anything out of this regarding quantum computing, which would really help these tasks. I don't think there's a conspiracy here or anything. I think this might be something else to kind of keep our eye on. We've talked a lot about some of the quantum names and whether or not they're going to reach critical mass, perhaps when they're going to reach critical mass. Some of these types of projects, they start incorporating or talking about quantum computing and quantum companies. That would be something to pay attention to. Haven't seen anything yet, just kind of putting that on our radar. I might be early on that, just as kind of an aside. In January of 2025, President Trump announced the $500 billion OpenAI SoftBank Group and Oracle Group initiative, where OpenAI said Stargate will expand to as many as 10 sites. Oracle controls the supercomputer being built in the Abilene data center. In January, NVIDIA launched Digits, a desktop-sized personal AI supercomputer likely to be available in May. Well, it better be available today. This is the last day here. I guess maybe tomorrow if they want to do that. But that's it here. So it just an interesting kind of an aside. I'm not really sure there's a trade just yet here for this. This is definitely something that I think is going to be able to tie the AI and the quantum stocks together. It'd be interesting to see when we're able to do that. Brian here saying, indeed, quantum, obviously politics intertwines with this world sometimes, but I enjoy non-opinionated information. Okay. Sorry, are you guys having a political argument? Sorry, I was just going on. Let's see. No, you're talking about this. Yeah, you guys, looks like you guys are having a political argument there. Okay. You guys do what you need to do. Be nice to each other. We're definitely going to focus on stocks here. I'm not going to focus on any of the arguments there. That's just not what we do here. We all have different beliefs, and it's quite all right. I'm going to keep moving, though, because I'm going to talk about one of my favorite stocks in the entire market. Y'all folks know this already. You don't need to hear from me on Costco. We're going to start here with the chart. Then we will dive right into the earnings report and a breakdown there. My opinion here on Costco, I think this was a really good report, and I'm encouraged going forward. Looking at the chart here, we are actually below the 20-day moving average. We have the 50-day moving average kind of pitching up and sitting, waiting to catch us if we sell off. Got that at 978.73. We'll see if we get any support there. The last time we kind of traded around this, we do have, it is worth noting that we have the 200-day down there at about 948. Let's just call it 950-ish. We're off by what, $1.50? No big deal there. This would be if we continue to sell off here, definitely an add at both of these levels, in my opinion. I'm in Costco for the long term. This fits my entire trade thesis. One of my big things is trade what you know. I tell this to people all the time, especially when they're new. Focus on trading companies that you understand or that you use. Costco is the epitome of that. So to my opinion, long-term view here, hodler, if that's what you want to call me, go ahead. I'm adding Costco if it comes into this 978 or 948 area. If it really sells off quickly, I could probably wait out that 50-day moving average for an add at the 200, but Sometimes it doesn't always work like that. Also worth noting, going back to last year, our volume point of control here, about 900, between 900 and 925, depending on where you adjust that. So Costco, pretty good shape. Now, let's take a look at the report itself. Costco Q3 earnings. Costco reported third quarter financial results after the market closed on Thursday, and they reported third quarter revenue of $63.2 billion, beating the estimate of $63.19 billion. Boy, they really got that close. Maybe I should be buying more stuff there. It looks like the membership-based retailer reported third quarter adjusted earnings of $4.28 per share, beating analyst estimates of $4.13 per share. Net sales for the quarter were up 8% year over year. Total comparable sales were up 5.7% on a year over year basis. Here's a breakdown of comparable same stores growth by region. Now, this is the interesting part to me. The US in this last quarter was up 6.6%, and Canada was up 2.9%. This is actually down slightly from its last print. Let me see if I can grab that here for you. Where was it? Yeah, total comps last time was 6.8%. And then the breakdown here, where was it? See, I should have put this in the notes, and I stupidly did not. Here we go. Comparable sales in the US were up 8.3% last quarter. They were up 4.6% in Canada. So again, versus this, down a little bit in the US, down a little bit in Canada, but here's the rub. Other international segment, last print, we were up 1.7%. This print, we're up 3.2%. So just about a double there on the international segment. I would not have guessed this. In fact, I would have guessed the opposite. But this to me actually is encouraging here, especially for the long-term view. Membership fees came in at $1.24 billion, up from $1.12 billion the prior year. Costco raised the price of its annual membership by $5 in September of 2024, marking the company's first membership price hike increase since 2017. Now, I'll say the same thing that I said before. I think we actually covered this piece of news the morning that they announced this. This, to me, is a complete and total non-issue. Whenever they raise the price of their membership, I just kind of chuckle because it's free. The reality is it's free. If you're a savvy Costco shopper, this payment is nothing more than a bill that at some point you have to pay. The reality is if you use the Costco credit card and you have an executive membership, you end up getting 2 rewards. And I think on average, the combination of those 2 rewards for me averages like $1,200 a year. So I am always paying for my membership fee in the rewards that I receive back. And it's like 10x the membership reward. So whenever we get headlines about this, I think we're really testing my memory here. I'm pretty sure that Costco got a pop when they announced this before. And so this is why, because anyone that shops at Costco and gets any of their rewards gives exactly 0 dams about the fee going up. It is minimal. It is insignificant. And it ends up translating to the bottom line here pretty nicely for Costco. So really good stuff there. Love this model. Love this store. Going tomorrow morning. Cannot wait. Costco said it operates 905 warehouses, including 624 in the U.S. The one I go to is the best, by the way. Shout out to the staff there. Cynthia, Chris, Ron. They're all awesome. The company ended the quarter with approximately $13.84 billion in cash and cash equivalents. And they had a conference call here. Again, it's kind of holding flat here today. So I know I talk about it all the time. It's one of my favorite stocks. It's without a doubt my favorite store. Really happy to see earnings here. I'm not sure we're going to get a buy signal here today because my rule on Costco, only buy this when it sells off. Only add this on dips, add it on weakness. Again, just to kind of reiterate, I think both the 50-day and the 200-day, if we get there, are both okay spots for a long side swing here. That's where I would go with Costco. Pete saying Costco PE still really high. Great company, though, with great growth. Let's take a look at that. PE going into today. Forward PE here, 49.75. I agree with you, Pete. I do think this is a little bit on the high side. What do you think? Well, let me ask you. Let's put it a different way. Ryan pushes his Costco position. Ivan, you must be new here. LOL. I'm just kidding. I know that you're not. Anyway, getting back here, Pete. Let me ask you a question. What would make an attractive PE ratio for Costco? In other words, if this was the North Star guiding whether or not you were going to add to a position or initiate a new one, what PE level would you like to see? Would you like to see that maybe at 20, maybe a little bit less? You let me know what you'd like to see on that. Lion says Ryan loves Costco, so take. Why does it do this? Why does it do this? Ryan, he loves Costco, so take what he's saying with a bit grain and salt. He's trying to say take it with a grain of salt here. I make no illusions about my bias. I have told you for years now that I absolutely love this stock and love this store. Lion's hitting the nail on the head here. Be sure to factor my bias into that, without a doubt. Okay, Pete, thank you for the answer. For me, both Walmart and Costco should ideally be between 16 and 19. Neither will likely see that level. Okay, so I had estimated before you gave that to me about 20. You went 15 to 19. I think that makes complete sense there. I also agree with the final comment here. I'm not sure we see those levels, but if we do see those levels, now y'all folks know what to do. All right, really good stuff there on Costco. Sorry for spending a little bit extra time, Lion. I know. Brian saying I'm getting way too emotional. Look, it's Costco, dude. What can I say? That's what happens when we talk about Costco. I get emotional. I get happy. Folks, it's Friday. We're going to have some fun today. Also, it's Mark Petrino Day, so we're going to see what he's got cooking. We're going to ask him to break down some stocks. Let's welcome Mark to the program here this morning. All right, Mark, good morning. I just called this a program like I'm 85 years old, so sorry about that, but hope you're doing well. And look, it looks like okay. I was like, did we just get Mark Petrino's chair here, or did we actually...
Mark. No, I'm trying to read the comments. Unfortunately, my eyes are not that good these days. So, you know what? I think I'm just going to go get in my truck and go to Costco right now.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, you know what? I was in Walmart yesterday, which I pretty much never go to, but I wanted to buy some golf balls and I was driving right by it. And I'm not going to show you all because, it's probably not a pleasant thing to look at, but the shorts I'm wearing right now, I got at Walmart yesterday for $5, $4.68 to be exact. So
let me ask
these
Mark,
same shorts at Old Navy would be like 30 or 40 bucks.
Do you get that sense of yes, I did it. I won today when you buy a piece of clothing that seems insanely inexpensive at Walmart or Costco? Because this to me is like a weekly occurrence. This is one of the things where I almost consider it therapy. When I show up at Costco, I'm like, wow, they got this awesome dry fit golf polo that I'd spend $80 on somewhere. And you know what? It's $15.99.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. It's like going to an amusement park in a lot of ways. It's pretty cool. So listen, I'm going to get you really jealous right now. Guess where I'm playing tomorrow? A little club called Winged Foot, maybe. Yep.
All right. Now you have homework. Thank you for telling me. Now you have homework. I need at least 3 pictures of Wingfoot and how beautiful it is.
So not allowed to take pictures there, man.
Yeah, God.
Although I could probably sneak a couple in.
I don't want you to get in trouble. Just make sure you enjoy your round. I'm playing here this week, and I'm really looking forward to the weather, but it's not a special place. It's just my home course. So.
Yeah, one time I was at Wingfoot, and we were having a couple beers on the back deck there, and the West course is the famous one because that's where all the tournaments are, but there's also the East course, which a lot of the members actually like more than the West course because it's shorter. But anyway, the 11th hole, the tee is right off of where you can sit on the deck and have drinks. So this guy comes up and he just hits this amazingly beautiful shot, just perfect swing, little draw, probably goes about 300 yards. And I say to my friend, I'm like, wow, that guy looks really good. Have you ever played with him? And he's like, that's Adam Scott. He just happened to stop by. So Adam Scott, famous golfer,
Yeah.
Masters champion, for those of you who don't know. But
Yeah, it's like, yo, just pros, just stop by here. It's such a nice course. Mark, enjoy yourself. That actually sounds really awesome.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man.
The other Mark here, how much do you have to buy at Costco to run up a $1,200 membership paycheck? Well, if you listened carefully, I talked about two different rewards. You get a credit card reward and a membership payback reward, and they stack, buddy. They stack. That's the key. I'll tell you what, though. I'll let you figure out all of that math. And you let me know. Remember, there are tiered rewards there. So have fun with that calculation. You'll be busy today. Okay, Mark, let's talk about what do you have on deck here today? What your stock of the day? Do you have any charts that you're looking for? Do you want to share your screen? There
yes.
goes Mark. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yes, I'll try to share my screen here. I just think that this is yesterday was a really good example of how you shouldn't pay attention to the news a lot of times.
Awesome. There we go. That's what I was hoping you were going to say. Let's go. I am here for this. Let's go.
Well, I woke up and I put on the news and it's just like, oh, the court has put a halt on Trump's tariffs and, enthusiasm returned. The markets are going to skyrocket. You would have thought the S&P was up 10% yesterday. But look at this. This is the S&P, the SPY. Yes, look at yesterday. I mean, it was like pretty much a non-day. And the market has really kind of acted as we talk about, or as we've talked about over the last couple of weeks, because so much of it is about understanding where these important price levels are. So we rally, we come off this bottom, and then of course, markets don't go up forever. There's always going to be some profit taking. And where did we stall out? Where did this rally end? Just at some random number, that came out of the abyss? No, it stalled out at this level back here. That was back here resistance. Now, most volume trades on the open and on the close. So if there's a lot of volume on the opening closing prices, that makes them important. If we look back here, this day was the close. All these days, the open was right there. So 6 days in a row, this was important. So a lot of the people who bought there regretted doing so when the price fell, and they say, if I can ever get out of this at break even, I'm going to. So when the price got back there, you had these remorseful buyers placing sell orders, and it became resistance again. So then we get this move lower, and where did we find a bottom? At some random price level? And the answer is no. The level that was resistance back here became support here because people who sold here experience seller's remorse when the price goes higher. And they say, if it ever gets back to my level and I can buy my shares back to the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So if you have enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders, the resistance can become support. So really just typical, normal, in my opinion, market action. I don't think, the sentiment is back to normal after being at those extremes. So I think the market's just kind of acting just the way we thought it would. And now for the SPY, we just got to keep an eye on that 595 level.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to break it today, but I do think that it'll break it eventually.
Yeah, I had said earlier when I was looking at the chart here, Mark, I don't know if we're going to break out or break down. If you forced me to make a bet, I would say that we probably break out. But again, I can't tell you when. It looks like we're kind of compressing here. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know if we do that today. I have 593 to 595 is that really important resistance area, frankly. So we'll see if we end up taking that out.
I would agree with that, definitely. And then a couple other things. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. And so NVIDIA had their earnings. And again, if we talk about these important price levels, look at where NVIDIA stalled out, right?
141.
So it's the same thing we just saw with the S&P. We got to a level that had been resistance before, and it becomes resistance again. And it's about psychology. There are people who bought here who regretted doing so, and they basically said to themselves, okay, I will hold on to my losing position, but if I can ever get out at break even, eventually I will. So when the stock rallies back up to the level that had been resistance before, you get enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders, enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders, and the level becomes resistance again. So if you own something and it's trending your way and it's going up, or if it's going down, if you're a put buyer, and you're wondering like, gee, where should I get out of this? Well, it's a good idea to know where the former peaks and valleys are, because there's a good chance there's going to be some resistance there. Now, maybe Nvidia, I mean, I would assume Nvidia will eventually break out and move higher. I don't know if it's going to be when, next week, next year, I don't know. But just say that you were someone who said, I bought Nvidia at 120, and if it gets to 145, I'm going to sell it. Well, that person is just guessing. The person who says, I bought it at 120, where should I sell it? Oh, look at that. Right around 141, there was resistance before. So I'm going to put my sell order right around there. Now, it's obviously better to sell it at 145 than 141, but it's better to sell it at 141 than to miss it. So if this thing starts to trend lower, the person who guessed missed it. The person who let the market tell them what to do made a good trade. So one of my kind of philosophies or methodologies or whatever thought processes, let the market tell you what to do. The good traders are reactionary. It's very dangerous for a trader to have an opinion, right? I mean, I know it's fun to talk about like, oh, I think the market's going to go up. I think the market's going to go down. But if you have an opinion, you become emotionally committed to something, and that could affect your emotions, or it could trigger some biases. Like, for example, confirmation bias. If you tell everyone, oh, the market's going to go up, the market's going to go up, the market's going to go up, well, you might ignore stuff that might lead you to think otherwise, and you might not even realize you're doing it. It's just one of those weird psychology things.
It's like me with Costco. I love it so much, I probably can't see when there's a good short setup.
All right.
We're just going to tie that together.
Guess that goes without saying. So here's Costco. And what do we got going on here? All right. So we can see we're just talking about our price levels, right? I mean, I know this was a while ago, but just to show you, the level that was support can become support again. This is the opposite of what we just saw. This is seller's remorse. People sell at the bottom, and when the stock rallies, they tell themselves, oh, I made a mistake. If it ever gets back to my price, I'm going to buy my shares back. So seller's remorse can make support levels stay intact for a long time. And it's pretty extraordinary. And no fundamental analyst or academic could ever explain why support levels exist or why resistance levels exist. But if you're a trader and you understand that the markets are driven by psychology and emotion, then it's easy to understand why these levels form. So pretty amazing stuff. Like if we go back to the S&P, and I've been doing this for a long time, and this stuff still amazes me. There are people trading all over the world, all right? Millions and millions of people trading, trillions and trillions of dollars. You got your day traders, you got private equity, you got arbitrage, high frequency, growth, value, long, short, all these different styles. And somehow everything kind of manifests itself together at these precise levels. I mean, we're talking within a point, within a point on a $570 security. Support there, resistance there, then we find support again, resistance like we just talked about up there. So it's really, really amazing stuff. And I've been doing this a long time, and it still is like, wow, I can't even, it's hard to believe this all happens. I don't like finance. I think finance is very boring. I like trading because it's psychology, and I'm really into psychology, and that's what this is.
Okay. I love that. I think that I'm with you on that. I think finance is a bit boring. Trading way more exciting to me. I really want to circle back and focus on the point that you made about biases and emotions. I know I kind of joked about it with Costco, which is great and all that. Pete here, looks like Pete's kind of saying the same thing. I have a blind spot with Dell, but still use black and white numbers to trade it. Green is good. Emotions are bad for short-term trading. Pete, I think this is extremely well said. I have the same issue. With some of these stocks. So, Mark, you had said, I believe it's dangerous to have an opinion. The interesting part about that is that we all have them. So really how we deal with those opinions at the end of the day is going to measure our success there. I thought that was really, really good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And this is why traders have what we call like rules or rules-based trading systems. You have a certain set of parameters that need to be met to get into a trade or to get out of a trade. And it doesn't really matter what they are. There's a lot of different styles that work. But if we have these parameters, just like, for example, all right, for me to buy something, this moving average needs to be here, and this uh, relative strength index needs to be there, or whatever. The idea is that it takes the emotions out of it. I mean, it's never going to be non emotional, but if you have a set of parameters, it's like, okay, my parameters say buy. Now I'm going to buy, as opposed to, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? So it could be really simple. Like, all right, for me to buy something, it's going to have to break a resistance level and it's got to be above the 20-day moving average and the 50-day moving average. And the momentum needs to be neutral. I mean, that's a set of rules. So if something meets that criteria, all right, well, hey, I'm going to buy it. Now, it's not going to be perfect. There are going to be losses. Part of your rules need to be your exit strategy.
Right.
But people lose money because they make emotional decisions. The reason why people develop trading models is to try to take those emotions out of it. Because if you're guessing, you're going to lose. I mean, maybe you'll be right one or two times, but eventually you're going to lose. And I talk to a lot of people about, like, people come to me when they've lost money a lot of times. And so I ask them, like, well, what happened? And they guess, they overtrade, they have the fear of missing out. That's a big one, overtrading and the fear of missing out. If you don't see something that's really compelling, it's okay to take a day off. I mean, you don't need to always be in the
Yeah.
market.
Yeah.
And I always talk about one of my favorite Wall Street quotes is Jesse Livermore said, "I didn't make my money by being in the market. I made my money by being out of the market." And I think what he meant was he was able to stay on the sidelines till he saw something really compelling, and then he would jump in. He didn't feel like he always needed to be in the market. And this is another one of these emotional things. If people ask me, like, if there's one secret to trading or one thought to success, it's understanding that humans have not evolved in a way that's conducive to trading. We experience fear, we experience emotions, herd mentality, all kinds of stuff. So when you have these rules, it's not perfect, but it makes it easier. So
Okay.
that's yeah. So I
You
thought
know,
that was important to talk about today.
I totally agree with you. Really quickly here, this is a question that we get often. We've sometimes have discussed this in the past, but might as well bring this up again. Good morning, Lori. It's great to see you. Lori's question here. Good morning, everyone. What is the best book to read on market trading / psychology? So, Mark, if you have any recommendations here, I would love to hear them. I'll start with one right away. Brett Steenberger's book, The Day Trading Coach, really kind of changed things for me. It got me looking at what I was doing a different way. It really kind of helped me correct some of my bad habits. And then also, and perhaps most importantly, hold myself accountable so that I didn't let cognitive dissonance, if you will, kind of creep in there. So my first suggestion here would be The Daily Day Trading Coach by Brett Steenberger, Lori. But Mark, do you have any others that you would like? It looks like you do.
Yeah, this one here, Mind Traps, is really good. I mean, it's not about reading charts. It's all just about psychology and why people mess up. And there used to be a place up in Vermont called Fraser Publishing, and I like to read a lot about history. You can see all my books in the back here, and a big part of that is reading about market history. So this Fraser Publishing, I don't even know if they're still around because I got this book like 30 years ago. They have their thing was like reprinting all these old like Wall Street books that had gone out of print. So I have books that were like written in the 1840s, 1850s, and it's the same rules. It's the same stuff as you see now. But anyway, I called up there one day and I spoke to the guy who owned the place, and I'm like, "What's the best book on trading there is?" And he just said Mind Traps without even thinking twice about it. So this is one I would recommend right here. It's all about
Okay.
psychology and why people mess up.
Okay, awesome. This is actually not one I've ever heard of. So, Lori, your question here is giving me something else to put on my Amazon wish list. Well done, Lori. Couple more things. Brian here from the chat. How to Day Trade for a Living by Andrew Aziz really helped me get going. I own this book too. And I didn't even know who Andrew was prior to reading. I think this book is another really good mention here. Cinderella mentioning I read Money Master the Game. Money Master, is that the actual title? Maybe it's a typo. Money Master the Game by Tony Robbins. I've never read this book myself, but I've talked to several of my friends who swear by Tony Robbins books, especially for financial literacy. So I think this is probably a pretty good one as well. Lori, you're welcome. Okay, you got another one for us?
Yeah, this is another good one too. Here, this is another classic. Trading for a Living by Dr. Alexander Elder. So,
okay.
Another classic. I don't recommend too many books. There's maybe 10. Reminiscence of a Stock Operator is another really good one. You ever read that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think I own that one, but I don't think I've finished that one.
You should
I'm gonna have to go back
to
my shelf. Now you're giving me homework. That's this. I deserve this though. I walked into this one. Yeah, let me go make sure because I've read so many of these things and I forgot probably more than I've remembered at this point. I'm pretty sure I own that one though.
This was written back in the 1920s, and it's supposedly about Jesse Livermore, the guy I just mentioned, and it's just a real classic because it shows you how things haven't changed. Like one of the scenes in this book is he's at a party out in Long Island, and there's like these two old ladies talking about the stocks they just bought. And it's the 1920s, so it was like whatever, maybe some airplane company or something.
GE or something like that. Yeah.
And he said to himself, gee, if people who don't typically buy stocks like these two old ladies are buying stocks, well, that's the end of the line. There's no one left in the food chain to push the price higher. All right. Markets can't go higher if there's no one to buy. And if everyone who wants to buy has done so, the market effectively runs out of buyers and it can only go down. So, same thing with the Reddit bubble, 4 years ago. Same thing with the internet bubble. Same thing with the cannabis bubble. And the interesting thing about this book is it just shows how the names change, the companies change, the people change, but what never changes is human nature.
Yeah.
And when we look at a chart, that's what we're seeing. I mean, we get these price levels from psychology. I have charts that go back to the 1870s, and you see the same exact patterns that you do now. It's really, really kind of uncanny, but people haven't changed. I would be willing to bet if we could see charts of stuff that like the Romans or the Phoenicians traded 2,000 years ago, we would see the same patterns. Japanese candlesticks have been around for 700 years. The Japanese rice traders developed them in the 1500s. And we look at the same stuff now that they do then, because whether you're someone in 2025 who trades NVIDIA or someone who in 1506 traded rice in Japan, people experience the same emotions, and this is what we see in the charts.
And it's amazing how much you can learn from history and stuff like that. Really, really good stuff here. Lori, great little discussion that you sparked here. I appreciate the fact that you did this. MD here saying, yes, reminiscence of a stock operator. Read that first. So now the more that you've talked about this, no, I haven't read this one. And the reason that I recognize it is because so many people like you and MD have said the exact same thing here. Sean here, I love this comment. The larger topic of engaging in anything emotionally is core. This is as old as written history. Learn the history and write your own in modern vernacular. Sean, I think that's a really great thing. Really great comment there. Okay, Mark, I know we kind of digressed here. Do you have any other charts that you want to take a look at? Should we ask the group here for some charts?
Let's ask the group what they're looking at.
Okay, group, let me know. What do you want to take a look at? Mark, I'm going to start. You already got Tesla. Let's start with that one. Perfect.
Well, just like NVIDIA, notice how we got to a level that had been resistance before, and it has become resistance again. So, yeah, pretty interesting. And, so that's Tesla. Kind of Microsoft is really kind of interesting because Microsoft is only $7 away from an all-time high. And Microsoft is the biggest stock in the market. And I talk to a lot of people, and it's kind of amazing to me how bearish people still are uh, with over like the tariffs. They're not
Mhm.
sure if this rally has legs, and it's like the biggest stock in the market is 6 or 7 points away from an all-time high. That's not something that happens in a bear market. And I look at a lot of charts. I see a lot of things breaking out. I mean, look at GE. I mean, this stock is a freaking monster, man. I mean, look at that. I
Yeah.
mean, all-time highs. The industrial sector is close to all-time highs. The utility sector is close to all-time highs. It's almost like the one thing in the market that's not participating is Apple in terms of like the big stocks. I
Mhm.
mean, Apple is,
It's kind of chopping around.
yeah, and it's just like we saw with some of the other things, right? The support can turn into resistance. So if Apple gets back into gear, that'll be a pretty major catalyst. But a lot of people have asked me about Apple, and it's almost like maybe the Apple market is saturated. How many times can they come out with a new phone? You know what I mean? I
Well, I
don't
think
know.
the big issue here for Apple is how many new buyers is Apple getting, right? Like they didn't have any movement on their AI, so you're not getting any new buyers from that. To your point about the phone is basically just a refresh cycle. That's basically a service at this point now, despite it actually being a piece of hardware. It's basically treated like a service. So you're not necessarily, unless you're stealing more Android customers, which I don't think is the case, you're not necessarily growing there. How many people are replacing computers? They probably replaced them in during COVID around there when they were all forced to work from home. I'm not sure how many people are buying new Macs there. So the general malaise here kind of makes sense, at least where it's at now. Obviously, you've got some of the macro issues. We'll see how that shakes out. Mark, I got a bunch of charts for you to run through.
Oh
You
yeah,
ready?
okay.
Let's
Yep.
start with Hood, ticker HOOD. And Shayla Vega, really quickly. I'm a new trader. Did the Mag 7 used to trade better than it does right now? Short answer, yes, much better. Much better in the past. It's one of the reasons why I've kind of been cheering for a market sell. I don't even want to call it a market sell-off. I want to call it like a reset of some of these valuations that we've talked about, because my belief is that these will start to trade better. But yes, they did, I promise. Okay, Mark, what do you see here on Hood?
Well, again, right? Where did we find resistance? Some random price? No, a level that was resistance before. So let's just say theoretically you bought Robinhood at 50 and it's trending higher, and you're starting to think like, gee, this is going my way. Where should I sell it? Oh, look at that. 65 levels around 65 and a half were resistance before. Let me put my sell order there. And sure enough, that's where it stalls out. Now, just because something gets to your target doesn't mean you need to take it off your radar screen, because when something gets to an important price level, it tends to not hang out there for too long. This is almost even unusual that Robinhood has gone sideways for 2 weeks, but it's either going to break down or it's going to break up or break out. It's not going to go sideways forever. So you bought it down here, it gets up here, you sell it, and then you just start watching it again. If it looks like it's going to keep moving higher, you just jump in. If it looks like it's going to reverse and go lower, well, then if you're an options trader, that's when you think about buying puts on it, or one of these. There's probably an inverse ETF by now on Robinhood. I know there is on a lot of the other stocks.
Yeah, actually, I think some of our traders trade that one. Let me ask you, this consolidation up at one of these pretty clear areas, like you have marked off there, right around 65, does that maybe lend itself, if it consolidates there longer, maybe that lends itself to moving higher, or does it not really matter? Are you still just kind of waiting for the direction either way?
Well, I mean, the traditional way of looking at this stuff is that, all right, it found a resistance around, say, 65. There were people who wanted to sell around maybe 67 or 68 or 69 that say to themselves, I'm going to I'm going to drop my price down to 65. I don't want to miss this. So it creates like this air pocket above the market where you have this like lack of sell orders. So if the resistance eventually does break and the buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers. And that could lead to the stock really like jacking up quickly in a short period of time, or making a decent move in a short period of time. So that's the concept behind the trading breakouts. Resistance is this large group of sellers. And if we get above the resistance, we can infer that the people that created the resistance with their sell orders have left the market. So there's a lot of different trading styles that work, which we talked about before, but that's the concept of a breakout. If you clear the resistance, those sellers are out of the market. The buyers are going to have to get really aggressive. And, you can even kind of see that we go like down here, right? So once we cleared this would be your classic breakout. We got above the resistance and the buyers have a hard time finding sellers. So they just got to really be aggressive and jack the price up.
And look at that, 8-9 days there trading kind of sideways before we did finally punch through that. Interesting stuff. Okay, Mark, I got another one here that I'm not sure that you've looked at maybe recently or maybe even ever. Ticker Pony, Pony.
Oh, I like looking.
This is an AI, China AI name that shout out to our group here. We had a couple of people that were trading this, including one guy that called this thing at like $4 or $4.50, right down there near the bottom. So this has been a big mover here for our group. What do you see in the charts on this one?
Well, we got pretty clear resistance, right around this. And going back to the breakouts, this is what we call a false breakout. And false breakouts are in and of themselves good contrary indicators. It looks like it's going to break out, but it reverses and comes right back in. And then a lot of times these false breakouts are followed by big moves lower like it was here. So I would say on the upside, you want to look around maybe 2130 for a potential breakout. If you're thinking about trading breakouts, wait for it to get above that. And then on the downside, the bottom of the range is right around, say, 1630. So generally people trade ranges in two ways. They buy the breakout or they sell the breakdown, or they try to buy at the bottom of the range and sell at the top of the range. So it looks like this morning we're right there. So we're right at the bottom of the range. So again, this is something where I don't think it's going to go sideways for too long. It's either going to rally off of this support or it's going to break down and go lower.
Okay. I got another one here for you really quick, unless you're up against it. Adobe, ticker ADBE.
Yeah, I could look at a few more, but I do have to go because I got a 9 o'clock meeting.
Yep. Well, it is 9 o'clock, and I wanted to be respectful of your time. But let's do Adobe here. We'll get you out on that.
All right. Adobe. I like looking at, everyone asks about the same stocks. I like looking at different things. Now,
that's why I figured I'd come up with some of those here today.
Here we have an example where what was support turned into resistance. And just like talking about the breakout, a lot of times when you clear that resistance, you get these rapid moves higher. And that's exactly what happened there. Now we're in a consolidation phase. So I think that this looks good. A lot of times when resistance breaks, you get the consolidation. And what you want to look for is, does the resistance turn into support? And it looks as though that has happened. So my guess is this is just kind of in a holding pattern, but eventually it's going to start to move higher. That looks like a pretty good chart to me.
Okay. Mark, real good stuff here. Look, man, we really appreciate all of your insight here. I know we had kind of a side discussion here about books. Appreciate that as well. Enjoy Winged Foot. Definitely don't get in trouble on my account, but enjoy it, and we'll follow up with you next week. Can't wait to hear about it, okay?
Quite looking forward to it. I'm probably gonna have a hard time sleeping tonight. But
yeah, I completely get that. Okay. Really good stuff, Mark. Enjoy your weekend.
All right, thanks, everybody.
That is Mark Petrino. Oh man, you want to talk about making me a little bit jealous here in the morning? Yeah, going to play Winged Foot, where a pro might just stop by and pop off a 300+ yard drive right in the tee box in front of you. Oh, okay. Let's dial this back here. In order to help get me back on track is the one and only 13. Let's see how he's doing here today. 13, how are you doing? First things first, buddy. What is the story with your internet here today?
Oh, I'm still tethered. I got AT&T coming to run the line again later today afternoon. So.
Okay. Two things that I want to immediately say just from that. So first of all, folks, you've heard me lament my internet line getting cut by landscapers or neighbors. LOL, not really. You've heard me lament that. It looks like it happens to other people too. 13, this is what I will say though. They don't mess around in Texas, because when I had my internet line cut, it took weeks for the new line to get run. Weeks. They're doing it next day.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Same as last time they got cut. And this is, not landscapers or anything. This is like folks working on the backyard, actually putting the whole irrigation system. So they had to dig into the ground. And despite my warnings, they still ended up cutting it. So
they didn't call Julie before they dig, like the commercial says.
What?
Is that a Chicago thing? Julie before you dig. Must be a Chicago thing. You guys don't have Julie, the service that marks all of the underground lines and wires and.
No, that would be center point for us.
Okay, I thought that was a nationwide thing, and now I've just embarrassed myself here on a Friday morning.
So no. We learned something. We learned something about Chicago today.
Okay, not something that you probably wanted, but okay. Let's go ahead and talk about the movers. Bill earlier was asking, is anything on watch for day trading today? The answer is yes. Let's cover those here real quick. Look, I'm going to go to the movers list. We're going to go through. I'm sure you've covered some of these, but I can't in good conscience start with any stock besides SBET because this is one that, I mean, we talked about this Tuesday. We had the news about the $425,000 private placement. And then the Ethereum treasury strategy, and that literally sent this stock to the moon. So here we go. This is the day we were talking about. You can actually see we did a decent job charting the intraday move here. You had some crazy levels that ended up getting hit. Mm-hmm. None of the crazy levels said that we were going to print triple digits. We actually printed triple digits in the after hours yesterday, pulled all the way back down to 67, reprinted triple digits here today. This stock, an absolute monster, up another 32.5% here today. On average, it trades 1.5 million shares. Today, it's already traded 2 million. It's got a micro float of under 700,000. Do you have any other massive key levels or anything here today that we should be paying attention to on SBET?
I don't think. Well, you know what? Maybe we do because we do. This does have. This did go through reverse splits, so we do have levels we could look at. Let's start with how do we actually get in the pre-market here? Hold on a second, because I'm looking at the monthly chart right now. And we did run up to yesterday. We ran up to the 65-month EMA. That was 90 and 86 cents. There's the 200-month EMA after that. That's at 110.72. Go back to a daily chart and see what I've got here on a smaller time frame. Nothing except levels from here for me. So it looks like we could. Looks like 24 could be a really important spot of resistance as we approach it. That's why I'm wondering where we ended up going here, the pre-market, because we shot up 121.99. Okay, so let's call it 122, almost to that level. And I'm looking at the low from March of 22, and there's also a high from February of 23 that's got it up at 134. So those could be some dumb levels as well, in addition to 170. Now, I did see that in the news feed this morning that Shkreli, you remember that guy?
Oh yeah, your favorite.
Well, he said that he bought small in this stock, saying it may go 500 to 1,000.
Okay.
We'll see if that ends up being the call. So far, his call on quantum hasn't been correct. Well, as far as the stocks go, maybe it still remains to be seen if he's right about whether or not it becomes a viable, computing method in terms of that we're thinking that we've been discussing lately. But so far, the quantum stocks have been rallying in the face of his call. So maybe it doesn't go 500 to 1,000. It's that you think I had some pretty insane BS levels. How about that?
Well, I don't think just to be clear, I don't think your levels were BS. I did think they were insane, and I told you as such. But BS, you drew us a map on how you got to that level. So BS, no, you can throw that out the window. That is definitely not the case. By the way, here real quick, day trader, appreciate you. Day trader here, SBET 114 is a level from 2021. I couldn't find it in 2021, but I did find it in 2022. Also mentioned 136.50. Also a level from July of 2021. And then 214.50 as the high on the daily back to 2021. And thank you, day trader. Insane is not BS. I agree with you. And bonjour, smoked tuna. And great to see you here this morning. Yeah.
If there is, going to be any that $1,000 level he's talking about, that's I believe the all-time high in this. When given that it's been going through reverse splits. So I don't know what the print was before they went through reverse splits, but from July 12th, it looks like 2021, that high post splits is $1,072.
Okay. Good stuff there. You guys know the one thing, the caveat that I'm going to say here, any stock that does crazy stuff like this, folks, please just be careful. Like the last thing that I want to hear is, Ryan, something really terrible happened. I bought SBET at 130 and then I sold it at 60. Like, just please don't let that happen. Do whatever you can to not let that happen. I do have to address one comment here just because it flies in the face of how I live my life. Lion here saying, if your neighbor cut your internet cable, you need to run from that neighborhood as soon as possible. Lion, this is such a weak mindset that I cannot even relate to it. If my neighbors are going to do something like this, I am going to stand up for myself and get in their face. I'm not running away from danger. I'm running to it, buddy. Okay, I don't
have that problem, fortunately. It wasn't them.
I was trying to get a laugh out of him. We'll see if it ended up working there. Okay.
One thing about SBET real quick. It is trading beneath the VWAP, trying to recapture it right now. And it looks like it may succeed, but we just entered this candle, so I need to give it time. I want to see where we're trading at by the time we open, because this could continue to come off that 122 high that it just made about an hour ago or so. So I wouldn't be jumping into this quite yet. I think if I'm going to trade this at all, I'm waiting to see what the regular session is going to start with.
Wiz says, Ryan, it's not worth risking your life. As if my life was at risk. They all should watch out for theirs, Wiz. Okay, I'm having too much fun here this morning. Day trader offering, yes, it is. Do they have an offering shelf? According to Benzinga Pro here, the offering that was announced here on May 20th does not have a shelf. So there you go.
Yeah, SBET, they priced it. I don't know if that's been executed or not.
Okay.
It's a $4.5 million security sale.
Yes, producer. Let me show you how we fix that. Whoop. You like that, producer? I must have resized my window a little bit.
Tom B, that's 100% true, and that's why I'm not jumping into this right now.
Okay. There you go. Producer, let me know if that's okay. All right. Care Solution says, Ryan, let's see 5 reppers right now. I need some motivation before we get into this trading day. I am not a gym bro. So the last thing that I'm going to do is waste day trading time or trading time here lifting weights for y'all. I'm not gonna. We got other stuff to do here, Care Solutions. All right, let's keep running through the list here. The first one that I have on the list here is GITS, ticker GITS. This is Global Interactive. This actually was not on my list from earlier today, so I suspect that this all kind of happened recently. Yeah, it sure looks like it. Converts a loan to equity. Okay, so that's the news here. It looks like we also have some Form 3s and a 13D here. Did someone take a stake? It looks like 10.2% stake taken here. Probably what's moving this here. GITS stacks up 225%. Let's do a quick look around the horn here. 1.01% of the float shorted with 1.82 days to cover. A float of 2.2 million. On average, this thing trades 53,000 shares. This thing's a ghost town. Today, we've traded 17.5 million. 13, this does Henry Holdings, creator of the engaging social media platform Fan2. What the hell is Fan2? It provides multimedia platform for its users to interact with other like-minded users, share their appreciation of various types of entertainment and culture. Okay. Engage in commerce. Okay. Seems pretty generic. What do you got?
This looks like it's a South Korean company that is having some financial issues, or there's a reason. Oh no, I'm sorry. They might be having financial issues, but they delayed their 10Q. It looks like they ended up filing that about 5 days later. This converting the loan to equity. They entered into a promissory note with Pixel Arc LLC involving a loan of $86,660 to support operational obligations. This was followed by a second note on April 18th for $86,000 to cover NASDAQ listing fees. So, yeah, like I was saying, they might have some financial problems if they need to cover loans. just to stay listed.
Okay.
This is not a touch me. I don't
Okay.
know what this is, and or really anything. Maybe if there's a trade here, you go ahead and take it. But I don't want to get involved with this.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff there. Good breakdown. Let me follow up on a couple of comments here real quick. First of all, Sean's telling me that I need drone coverage of the property and I should use a drone company that he owns, not the one that I own. Sean, that's not going to happen. It would be Ondas and Ondas all the way. Come on, my man. Ticker ONDS. Lol, lol, lol. Ryan, happy Friday. Fairchild. Grats to the Badgers marching band. They were named number one. You know what, Fairchild? As long as it's not Ohio State, it is a good day here. So congrats to your Badgers and their marching band for being number one. That's really good stuff. Again, just glad it's not Ohio State. Sorry, any of you Ohio State fans out there, but my roots lie in Michigan, or my allegiances lie in Michigan. Tom here saying, you guys rock. Found you guys about a week ago enjoy the thing behind the thing day. First of all, I'm going to shout out, I believe it was Zach McCracken, which is just an awesome name, McCracken. I wish my name was McCracken. Zach had actually put together a Benzinga thing behind the thing shirt for us. So this thing behind the thing seems to be taking off. I'm going to keep trying to amplify that. Tom, we're glad you found us. Welcome. Hopefully you enjoy yourself here. Okay. Let me keep running down the list. The next one that I have here is BSLK, Bolt Projects Holding. I initially said, you know what, haven't we traded this before? But I think it was B Sky that we traded before, not BSLK. Nonetheless, here, this stock was about $2 yesterday. It doubled here this morning, popped above 450, has really kind of bled back some of its gains, had one pop above VWAP that it just wasn't able to hold for very long here. There was no news earlier. Thank you, producer. Did we find anything else? No, still looks like this is trading here with no news. Wednesday of last week, I believe this was May 21st, we did have insiders selling about $2 higher, $1.50 higher than where we're at. I'm unsure what to make of that. This stock popping here this morning. Quick look around the horn on this one. 0.5% of the float shorted with what? 1 day to cover, it looks like. 1 day to cover here. And you have a average volume of 40,000 shares. Boy, I feel like they're just running the ghost town stocks here today. That's got me a little bit nervous about trading any of these, to be honest. We've traded 16 million shares on this average 40,000 per share day stock. Float here is 1.5 million. 13, what do you think here? Ticker BSLK.
Oh, finally, one that actually covered. Okay, so this not really moving on anything except I think this because the RSI was so low, it caught some bids. It went underneath 20 RSI yesterday, so that was really the only thing I saw that was causing it to pop. 1.5 million shares in the float. Looks like we had some insider selling recently. It weren't in very large amounts, but they were, not a one-off. They were happening multiple times. This company needs cash. So we did trade this before. This has been on our radar. I have levels going up all the way to in the 7 handle. The earliest one that we can take a look at, it's actually been giving some problems so far this morning, is the $4 level. That has been the kind of the resistance area. But if we use our trusty little trend lines here, we can start with the high from this morning, which is 480. Draw it through some of these peaks we've had. And if we do get any kind of turnaround here from this stock going sideways into the open here, we might be able to break this trend line and recapture the VWAP. So that's what I'd be watching for if we decide we want to trade this at all today.
Okay. This actually gives us a pretty good roadmap, if you will. I think the volume's often going to depend what we do here, but good stuff here. BSLK. Okay, we've got 12 minutes here. Let me keep rolling. BLRX. This is another one here. I feel like we've traded some of these. Maybe I'm just mixing up the tickers. This is Bioline RX. This stock was just under $4 yesterday. Actually popped as high as 10 on some new data from a phase 2 combination here. Bioline RX shares trading higher after the company said it updated results from the pilot phase of its chemo 4 MET-PANC phase 2 combination trial in pancreatic cancer indicated 4 of 11 patients remained progression-free after more than a year. Any good news on cancer treatment is good news in my book. This thing popped as high as 10, came back in. We're beneath the VWAP by about $1 here, just shy of $1. We are trading sideways, so it'll be interesting to see if we can hold $6 here. Quick look around the horn, 4.89% of the float charted. We do have 13 days to cover. That has got to be a calculation, like a float or something. I don't know, man. That's you know what? This happened because this is another ghost town stock. On average, this stock does not trade much more than 30,000 shares. That drop in the average volume caused the days to cover to move up. It's worth noting that the raw short interest actually dropped slightly. So I'd be careful about the difference in that print there. That's why we look at the history. As mentioned, on average, stock trades 27,000 shares, just shy of 30,000. Today we've traded 11 million. Float here is 3.7. What do you think here, ticker BLRX?
Well, I think this is probably one of the more interesting ones today. Whether or not it trades as well as it is interesting, we'll have to see. But this new phase 2 data that they released, this is coming from a trial they started back in July of 2023. And the thing that I found interesting about this is that they reported that this trial they're going through had 4 of their 11 patients have remained progression-free with their cancer, their tumors, for more than 1 year. So I wanted to make sure I pointed out July 2023 is when they started this, and that's what they're referring to as more than 1 year. So that's great to be able to stop the process of cancer growing in its tracks. And well, it's not half the patients, but it's pretty close. So I thought that was encouraging. But what's also interesting is that they have this is news related to a presentation they're going to be doing from May 30th to June 3rd. I wish I had written down what that particular event was, but they're going to be announcing it. It looks like the financials are okay. The company actually just recently had an earnings report, and they project their cash runway to be sustainable into the second half of 2026. The float is 3.7 million shares. 3.7 million shares in the float. Should be able to trade pretty well. But right now we are in a bit of the state of decline going into the open here. So I would want to see this maybe continue to shake out into the open, maybe get some support from the 65 EMA before it turns around and tries to recapture VWAP, which it is currently beneath.
Okay. Really good breakdown there. BLRX. We'll see if we get a trade set up there. Next, I've got RRGB, Red Robin Gourmet Burgers. Is anyone going to sing it? I'm not going to, because I don't want to embarrass I've already embarrassed myself several times here today. We don't need to do it again. Red Robin Gourmet Burger shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results. The stock popped as high as 5 last night, came in a little bit, but we are curling back up. We're above VWAP, so maybe watch a potential launch through 450 there, targeting 5. We'll see if we end up getting that. Short interest here on Red Robin. Yum. 19.36% of the float short. I couldn't help myself. 19.36% of the float shorted, 14.29 days to cover, but that comes on 200,000 shares of average volume. Today, we're trading 2 million already before the market even opens. Float here is 14 million. I suspect you won't have trouble getting in or out of this position here. But what do you think here on Red Robin? And when was the last time you had a Red Robin burger?
I had Red Robin late last year. I don't remember exactly which month it was, but I've eaten there recently. Still, I mean, their burgers are large and they taste pretty good. They're a good place.
Yeah, it's middle of the road.
But this earnings report is what's the cause for all the ruckus here, and it was expected they were going to lose money on this past quarter. No, they ended up making money. The estimate was for a loss of an EPS loss of 49 cents. They actually printed a 20-cent gain. So that beats the estimate. They also beat the sales estimate and guided higher. I'm sorry. No, they lowered guidance, but not by a lot. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. All the same, I think that revenue beat was the largest positive. And then you also have the short interest, which is 19% with 14 days to cover. So we are seeing the squeeze here in addition to the earnings report. I didn't cover this one, so that's about all I've got. But with 13, almost 14 million shares in the float, it shouldn't trade too badly. So there might be some good opportunities here. Let me just pull it up on my chart so I can see where we're at with our indicators. Currently above VWAP. I think with that, so we did get the earnings, and then we had this drop off this morning in the pre-market, and we're trying to get back up there. So I'd say that where we were topping out at, where we're going sideways after the earnings report, that's going to be the resistance area. And I think that earlier pop this morning at 8:15 showed you that that's where the resistance is about to be. So that's going to be what, 460, 465. If we continue to trade up there into the as we open, that's where I would think that resistance is going to kick in, at least there, and in the range of 460 to $5.
Okay, good stuff there. Day trader giving us the 30-week exponential moving average at 455, the daily support and resistance pivot at 489 overhead. So some more levels there for you. Thank you, day trader.
Thank you.
Okay. It's been a long time. I see as several of you have mentioned that you've had this recently. That's cool. Last month for ET, 2 days ago for Richard. Arden's asking, how do and Chris said that the burgers have shrunk noticeably over the last few years. Interesting. Arden's asking, how do they compare to something like Five Guys? Gosh, it's been a long time. I would say that Five Guys feels more chainy. Red Robin feels more like you're going to a restaurant in terms of like actually eating the burger. But in terms of quality, I almost think I'd rather have a Five Guys burger. Neither of them are my favorite. I'd rather do it myself on the grill.
Neither are my favorite either, but I think I'd take the other side. I'd probably go Red Robin over Five Guys. Five Guys has never impressed me.
Okay, there you go. Now you're not the only person that said that. So interesting. Okay. Richard's saying that they've got way better burgers. Maybe I'm in the minority there. Maybe the Red Robin by me just wasn't as good. Anyway,
what? That's probably
going to launch through 450 here. Yeah,
that's probably the point. That's probably what it is, Joseph. It's that they're too expensive. Maybe if they were cheaper,
I agree with that. If they were
cheaper, that it would make more sense. But yeah,
I get it. The thing, they tell you exactly what farm in Idaho the potatoes came from. Like it's cool, but I agree with you. To me, it's, even if I enjoy it, I always walk out of there feeling I think I paid too much. Like I could do that cheaper myself. Okay, nothing beats In-N-Out. Just so we're clear, In-N-Out is cult classic there. Okay, next one I really wanted to cover is Vivicor. Anyone remember this one?
No.
Some of the happy hour folks probably remember this one because we talked about this when this was an 80-cent penny stock. And we talked about this at some point, really kind of changing the business around. One of our happy hour members knew one of the C-suite executives here, talked about this being an 80-cent penny stock. One day it's going to pop. It appears that day is today. 240 plus here on that pop. Vivicor shares trading higher after the company announced its board had approved a plan to issue a special dividend to shareholders. The cool thing about this, big time shout out to our news desk team, big time shout out, because we actually had this as an exclusive. And folks, we had this news 30 minutes ahead of the press release. You want the receipts? You got it, because I brought them. 7:59:59 this morning, Vivicor tells Benzinga it announced that its board of directors has approved a plan to issue a special dividend to shareholders. That PR released to everybody came out a half an hour later. So I like to highlight this every time our news desk does something like this. I'm going to name names here today. Shout out to Zoltan, who works his ass off on the news desk to constantly bring us different stocks to look at, as well as securing interviews and guests. Zoltan, we appreciate you. And for anyone else that's looking to take advantage of exclusive news, this might be some way that you can do that. Now, that little pop after the print is over, so let's figure out where we're going next here. If we take a look at the chart, you can see we actually did move pretty huge here prior to that, right? It came out at, what was this? My charts are set to Central Time. This came out at 8:30. Sure looks like this was moving at 7:55. So it looks like it was moving a little bit early there. This ripped, came back in, is really kind of holding down here, gave up the VWAP, which I don't love. quick look around the horn here. Short interest, 0.23% of the float shorted, 1.54 days to cover. This happens on an average volume of 107,000. We've traded almost 20 million shares here today. Float's 25. What do you think, 13? You think we get another run in VIVK here today?
Maybe. I don't think this is really that big of a deal. And here's why. So this company owns it owns 206,000 shares of Adapti. It's a company that manages the marketing of products and data through Adapt AI software platform. And basically, what's happening with this special dividend is that the company is distributing its ownership stake of Adapti to its shareholders through the special dividend. That value is about $815,000 is that the value of that stake. So basically, it's not a lot at all. Each shareholder, which is based on the shares, the outstanding shares of about 47, a little more than 47 million, and excludes the 20 we just did. Sorry, and excludes the 20 million that's held by the CEO and CFO. Each shareholder is going to get 0.0079 shares of Adapti for each share of Vivek that they own. I don't think this is that big of a deal.
Okay, there you go. We are open, folks. Really quick question here. Chris is asking, what is happy hour other than cheap liquor? It is a 1 hour Zoom call that we do at the close of the market from Monday to Thursday. It's available only to Benzinga Pro members, and it's just a Zoom call where you can choose to participate. Don't know what happened here, Arden. Only because that's where, were you quoting somebody else? Something else? Oh, Hong Kong is the most. Okay. I thought you were talking about happy hour. I was like, hey, man, we're not elite. Anyway, here we go. We are open. Let's see what's moving here. BLRX. It's trying to hold that pre-market low. Let's see if that launches. VWAP still about what, $1.20 above where we're currently at.
So BSLK, I'm just going to go through the movers. BSLK coming down the 200 EMA. BLRX looks like that dropped down near the 65, trying to turn around, not recovering yet. VIVK, looks like that had a pop up to some of these lower EMAs like the 9 and 15, but it opened near the 65 EMA, trying to turn around. BMGL, this one's losing VWAP. SBET. Oh man, this one's.
I was waiting for you to get there. And then
Red Robin. This one just blasted off. It went right all the way to. It went right to that top of that range I mentioned.
489. Was that your pivot? What was Day Trader's markup here? I'm looking for it, Day Trader. I'm looking.
I was saying between 465 and 5 is the range, and we hit the top of that range. Now we're looking like we're going to break through it. There's a lot of size at 5 trying to get taken out. 5's the breakout level. Looks like they're trying to get above it.
I am bad at finding stuff quickly amongst the chat. Day Trader, you'll have to remind me of what that level was. It looks like it went right to it and now through here. Is this going? Nope. It's still moving higher here.
Yep. There we go.
One more stock that folks were taking a look at here that we didn't really cover. It was SPRO. Looks like we got a pop through this pre-market double top, but we're pulling pretty considerably. We went right to the VWAP here. So actually, if you haven't, booked your gains on this one, maybe wait this one out. Pull back right to the VWAP here. It blew through my 489. You know what though? It went there first. And for a couple of seconds, and then it blew through here. By the way, ONDS spiking out of the open here. You just love to see it.
Data Trader, good problem to have. Good problem to have, Data Trader.
Also, first sale here, just so you guys are aware, I will be selling into 120 here on ONDS. Just a piece, just a little piece. But just know where my sale is. I am going to be selling into this pop if we get above 120, just a little bit. I'm still going to hold a vast majority of the position. Okay, let's keep looking at some of the movers here. Red Robin, 525. Let me actually bring that up here. RRGB. I tell you what, I don't like this on a front. I want a cheeseburger It is 8:30 local time, and I already want a cheeseburger. That is no bueno. We don't need it that early.
Next level is for a Red Robin that I'm seeing. I got 575 and then 650.
Sorry, Ryan, you don't get to join your own chat. That's not the way the internet works anymore. I don't know what the hell you're going off about. That's for sure. Okay.
All right, so BSLK looked like that hit the 200 EMA on the 5 minute. That's trying to turn around slowly. BLRX, this going through the 65 EMA. We're about to close this candle in the next 30 seconds, so it still could recapture it before we close it and then turn around. We'll see if we end up getting that. DIVK, not doing a whole lot. BMGL, still above VWEP, slowly moving higher. SBET seems to have run into a little bit of a spot where it hasn't gone too much higher. Hit a high of 117, 117 actually, exactly.
Real quickly, is anyone still trading VVPR? I can't remember if someone asked about this yesterday. This thing just popped early and then sold off the entire rest of the day. I'd be interested to see if we can get anywhere back near a 7 handle. I guess honorable mention to 650 there. Let me know if anyone's trading VVPR here. This is one I know that we've talked about, but I don't necessarily follow it per se. So just curious. Costco, how are we doing? Oh, higher out of the gate. OKLO. Okay, so interesting. This is popping. I don't know if Frank is here this morning. Frank is a regular from our happy hour. Shout out to Frank for calling this for a potential reversion back to the mean. Frank had a really early entry on that I did not follow him in. We'll see if Oklo gives us more reentry there. Seeing some remember, Elon Musk is going to have a press conference with Trump today at 1:30 Eastern. Today is his, quote, last day, although Trump reminded us it's not actually his last day. We'll see if Tesla responds to that. Looks like it spiked a little bit here out of the gate, bled most of that back already.
I'm sorry I missed this trend line in RRGB. From yesterday at 440, after we closed, draw it through the pop we got at 815. We just broke out. Sometimes
the pop we got at 815.
Yeah, in the pre-market.
Right here?
Yeah. Yeah, so you got to bring that trend line down there. There you go.
This was the break that you were talking. Okay, I gotcha. That's okay.
But we still got our levels. And data traders doing well. Looks like BSLK is trying to turn around off the 200 EMA. Next step is to recapture VWAP. Well, it looks like it's above VWAP. 65 EMA is the next step to recapture. And then we can look forward to possibly breaking that trend line we drew.
Look at SBET. Looks like we're going for 120 here on SBET.
US bet we are.
Red Robin, 571, your high print there.
Oh, perfect. That was just short of my 575.
And it looks like it's actually trying to flag around up there. We'll see what's going on.
So
take care.
Sorry, go ahead.
Take care of yourself, Lion. Enjoy your weekend, man.
Take care, Lion. Yeah, it's I don't blame him for not feeling like trading today. It feels kind of slow, doesn't it?
I thought I might be the only one, and I didn't want to bring my own personal feelings to the show here today. All I want to do is get outside today. Like I don't know what it is. My body is just like, don't look at a screen. Get your ass outside. Take your shoes off and ground like the hippies do. Go do all of that stuff outside. That's literally what my body is telling me internally. And I'm like, I can't. I've got to work. It is what it is. Unity pushing higher here. This Moj, I think, was on this one, right? Or it's Jax, excuse me. Apologize. Unity ripping here. Unity shares are trading higher after Jeffries upgraded the stock from hold to buy, moved that price target from 22 to 29. Big pop here on Unity.
Cinderella, you won't get an argument from me. Also, BLRX, this one on our movers list, it did get that support from the 65 EMA. It is turning around, trying to recapture some of these other lower EMAs, the 9 and the 15. There is a consolidation here from the pre-market it has to deal with on its way up to VWAP, which is at 109. I'm sorry, 709.
Path giving back almost all of its earnings pop. That is not good. Definitely did not want to see that from Path. Ulta looks like we got a bit of a gap and go going on here. Ulta trading higher after the Q1 financial report, as well as the guide raise there. This ripping now 487 to the upside here on Ulta. I was not in on this.
That might also cause some of those other plays to move. Like, isn't Elf Beauty one of the ones we looked at recently? That might be moving in sympathy.
Yeah. So someone I think earlier here today said that they feeling on the beauty products here. Elf, this was a moneymaker, man. What a reversal on this earnings print here. We pulled down to sub 80. We're a 115, and we actually look like 120 is possible here today. That might be a day trade for you, folks. What?
SBET's halted down. And Will, man, you're I don't know if you were calling this in real time or if this was a level that you had before it hit, but 124.12, and he said 124. That's where we had that the selling start. So now we are halted to the downside. We halted at 103.83. So that's a nice jump down from the 124 level. When we unhalt, one level to watch for is going to be the 100 psych level. And if that doesn't hold, then I think you might get some better support at 94.5. If you look at the pre-market and after hours, that was a resistance level all through the after hours and pre-market, and we broke through it in pre-market, and that's when we started getting back over 100 and trading over 100.
Okay. Real good stuff there with the lessons. And thank you. I had said before we even opened, I said, please, guys, don't get hurt on SBET today. Please don't get hurt on SBET today. So what is happening here? Jared doing us proud. SBET got in at 108. So you're trading something here that is entirely overpriced in momentum, but you're doing it with a plan. Out for a 4-point gain here. Glad I wasn't greedy. I think you had also mentioned something about stops there.
Also, BSLK, the other one we drew the trend line for.
It was Sideshow. It was the comment right above. Jared and Sideshow, good stuff here. SBET, that's why we use a stop loss. Entered at 107, stopped out at 113. You and I often talk about raising stops above break even when the stock starts to work. Sideshow, bardzo dobrze, might I say here. Bam, halted down after that. Really good stuff here, group.
BSLK did get a pop above that trend line. It did come back in. Need to see some better volume here if we're going to get back above and trade over this trend line some more. Looking for $4 as the price. I'd like to see this break, get over and run up to. That's where we're going to probably see the start of some resistance. Maybe 370, but I like 4 better.
Which stock is this for? Sorry, I was looking at SPRO.
BSLK, the one we drew the trend line for.
Yep. Stupid. I'm stupid. Seriously, I feel like I can't do more than 2 things at once. I start looking at another stock and I'm like looking at the area on the chart and I'm like, this is not the stock that 13 is talking about. And I feel bad about that. Here is your trend line, straight up rejecting BSLK here. You guys are mentioning that Red Robin knifed RRGB. We knifed there
and halted.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it looks like somebody's trap shooting. So it came down to the after hours consolidation, sideways price action. So that's where it's halted at now. We'll have to see where we end up opening at after this halt. But I think if we open beneath that trend line, it's not going to be great for this. It might even be the end of trading for this stock for at least the morning.
Yeah, Will, I'm trying to get in there. I was trying to let 13 finish up there. Livewire, this is actually trading up to that pre-market high. This 380 spot might be in play here. I don't know. Watch this one. A breakout probably pops this higher. I gotta think that puts 450-ish in play if we get there on Livewire. Good to see this not breaking down here. SPRO, you folks are also mentioning here. We had good. What was this thing, Mama Bear? New antibiotic, right? Is that what you were saying here? This was Wednesday. This was yesterday morning. This is that.
Go ahead.
This was the what she was talking about. This looks like continuation here today, plus 28% SPRO. We actually broke the pre-market high and moved higher here. What do you got, 13? What stock you got?
So I was looking at Livewire, and the area we went up to in pre-market, which we're trying to get above now, and it has some significant sellers at 380. If we do end up breaking through that, I get the sense that there may be a lot of selling up towards the 425 area. We did, go higher than that a couple of days ago, but that's generally where a lot of, every time we've gone up there, it's where the selling has been kicking in. So I think that between like 425 and 450, there's going to be a lot of sellers. I think you can even draw a trend line here with over the past several days with this.
I mean, you basically have to estimate some of that, but I can. I would do this probably. I would do this. This is what looks the most comfortable to my eye here.
Yeah. So, and interestingly enough, if we do get over that 380, where all those sellers are, I'm sure you see that on your ladder. That's going to cause the breakout.
I got Red Robin pulled up here, halted almost at day trader's spot of 489, halted at 485. CoreWeave, this has been one of the big movers here recently. CoreWeave down here 106. Not given what this thing has done recently, not really moving crazy here today. We had talked about this maybe being a short. I'll be honest. Maybe this does roll over here today. I would watch these lows in here. 105, that level to watch. 105.
Looks like BSLK, after it popped over that trend line, it's coming back in right to the 200 EMA.
TSSI, this is the stock that I associate with Ryan Milligan for just general awesomeness and popping here. This popping a little bit today. Interestingly enough, Ryan, look at this. This would be one to follow here. We do have an island. We basically broke beneath it, but very quickly reclaimed the base of that island. And now we're trying to push off of that. That makes me wonder. I'm going to see how this stock finishes up today, but you actually might have a move back towards 16.5 here on TSSI if this chart formation holds. We'll see.
Looks like Red Robin is unhalted. We did go down and open at I guess at the bottom range of that after hours consolidation, and not successful in trying to recapture and fill the gap yet. I do see some size at 485. So you can get through those sellers. This might be able to come back up to VWAP, but now there's some other sellers trying to walk this thing down. We'll see what we end up getting. Could this end up being a back test of that trend line, and then this thing goes up again? So maybe if there's some support down at 450, we'll see if this can come back up over 5.
Okay, Red Robin trying to hold in here after that open on the gap down. Fair Isaac here, ticker FICO. Anne Marie, I think, talked about this one recently. We're still at this key level here, trying to bust above it. Might be something worth watching there. No position for me on FICO. One of you mentioning Tesla is rolling here. I see UNH calls getting bought. What's going on with UNH? Okay, we're popping here on UNH, trying to recover 300 there. Let's take a look at Tesla real quick, see what Tesla's doing. Tesla's popping here. See if Tesla can get back above 360 and really kind of turn this into a fun day.
Well, one thing I don't think we really looked at was PCE.
No, you know what? We did. Hang on, let me go to that. You know what? I was actually, I blame myself for that, 13. I was a little slow here on some of the data prints earlier. Here you go. Core PCE price index year over year for April, 2.5 versus the 2.5 estimate. The USA PCE price index year over year for April, 2.1 versus the 2.2. The prior read was 2.3. And the good trade imbalance for April, minus 87B.
So,
Chicago PMI 40.5 versus the 45 estimate. Prior read was 44.6.
So we're just a 0.1% away from 2%, and the Fed wants to see under 2%. So, man, I know that there's going to be a lot of people on both sides of the argument of whether or not to cut or raise.
Yep.
So
I think that's going to start heating up as we get to the next meeting, don't you?
Oh yeah.
There was already talk earlier in July, right? Didn't we have one of those firms like Goldman Sachs move off of July as one of their initial cuts? Pretty sure we did.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm pretty sure at the beginning of the year, Goldman Sachs had a cut scheduled for July and then recently kind of moved off of that. I would be unsurprised if we had that debate kick back up for July.
Based on what we were talking about in happy hour yesterday, there was a thought from them that we could see 100 basis points off of that current rate by this summer. So that hasn't materialized and isn't likely to materialize. Then they called for 3 rate cuts this year, starting in July, like you said, with the others coming in, I believe, September and December. And then they revised that to just 1 rate cut this year in December, with more cuts coming in. I want to say
SBET, sorry to interrupt here, but SBET is approaching a retest of the VWAP to the upside. Sorry, 13.
Okay, no problem. So they've been changing their position on rate cuts multiple times. So I don't think they have any idea what they're talking about.
13, telling you like it is. I will take that here.
Or it's just a lot of young analysts that are inexperienced and don't know. They just have wishful thinking. Anyway.
MP here, by the way, MP Materials, this at an interesting spot here on 20. Actually, if we take a look at a bigger chart here, I actually think this is sitting on an important moving average. I noticed that because, it sure is. I noticed that because look what's going on here in MP. We might have a potential swing long here. We are pushing away, moving through the 200-day to the upside. That was that $20 level. We are also breaking a downtrend line here in the same candle. And we've got some pretty clear targets above with some of these moving averages. MP here this morning up 4.2%, looking pretty good early on.
Looks like with the China trade deals starting to fizzle out, there might be a return to some of those materials stocks, since the rare earths are largely controlled, or at least the refining is largely controlled by China.
One more thing, you had mentioned that the talks fizzled there. The quote from Besant was that the talks have stalled. And that's kind of where we find ourselves there. Not trying to correct you, just wanted to give the exact language used by the person connected to it.
Well, that's an argument for me.
Okay. Let's see. What else did we miss here? No. Okay. I think I caught up good with the chat. Hope y'all folks are doing all right here on a super fun Friday. VIVK lower, we resolved there, unfortunately. SPRO, this is back down to its VWAP, trying to hold in there. BLRX, maybe it goes through its VWAP. Livewire, whoa. We took out that trend line, Livewire.
$4.
Here comes 4 tests coming. 450 is the next spot that I got.
Yeah, remember this one is I wanted to see what happens between 425 and 450. That's where the concentration of sellers are.
Yep, and you are going to get that here. You're going to get your information here. Red Robin curling here right through 5. VWAP's at 503. That might be interesting. Excuse me. Mike, MP needs to reroute their production away from China, Australia, possibly, I think is what you meant there. Crow and Mike, are you guys on MP? Are you guys doing that? What's going on with MP? What do you guys think here on MP? Smoke Tuna mentioning that BMGL, one of our movers here, actually has a setup.
BMGL?
Yeah, BMGL. The setup here, Tuna, correct me if I'm wrong, but a move through this high here, 130, 131. We've got the VWAP there at 136. You're basically looking for a curl and a blast through this, I'm assuming.
You looking for a trend line too? Draw a trend line with that.
Yeah, sorry. Had a bit of a coughing fit there. I actually need to get a drink here. This is the trend line that looks good to me, 13. We're right on it.
Perfect.
Mike, you're saying MP since December. You're long MP since December? Help me out here. Wasn't following that.
How about
Kathy mentioning RGC. God, are you guys having success for this? I mean, I think 1,000's coming here, right? Shout out to whoever has been mentioning this recently. I think Crow, several of you are playing RGC. This to me way too rich and spread for my blood, but grats to anyone. I mean, this is a huge move. Look at this on the daily show. Look at this.
Yeah, maybe
This thing moved from $26 to 1,000.
Maybe Martin Shkreli was talking about this one. He wasn't.
I know. I'm laughing because I like where you're going with that.
I know. Some people don't get the joke. Anyway, Red Robin, $5, and VWAP through.
Hood popped and came in a little bit. Tell you what, this CoreWeave, this to me looks like this might be going lower here on CoreWeave.
All right, Livewire. We are making our way from 425 up to 450. We are currently printing 439.
NVIDIA here giving up, Jay mentioning NVIDIA giving up the entire move. Indeed. And you know what? Shout out, because our group had 141 flagged here. We had talked about this on Happy Hour, this show, chat. I mean, basically anywhere we've been talking about NVIDIA, this 140, 141 spot. Mark identified this level this morning as well. NVIDIA, maybe that is the top here on NVIDIA. Haven't noticed anything crazy off the unusual option scanner yet, anyway. We'll see if we do get that here. Market, by the way, holding in here 587 on the SPY.
Livewire's headed for the halt? Is that what you're thinking? Not really.
Ryan here asking, buy the dip over for now. Ryan, so this is a really good question, because I think what we're waiting at here, we're waiting for this to resolve. And so I can see people buying these dips thinking that we're going to blow through this trend line. I think it really matters on how you approach or what your viewpoint is on the market. As far as data, do we have data that buy the dip is over? No, we don't. Buy the dip is still going on. I understand you're trying to get in front of it. What were you saying? 0213?
SBET halted to the downside again.
Oh, doctor. So I had said earlier, please don't have anyone tell me that they bought this at 120 and going to sell it at 60. We're at 88. We're only 28 points away. Please don't let that happen.
Right now I'm looking at the SPY, and there's a previous all-time high that was actually support yesterday. That's 586.12. We literally bounced right off that. I think it went like 2 cents underneath that level and then just reversed big time yesterday. So that's going to be the support area to watch for, I think, today, since we're approaching it. If we lose that, I would be looking at the 5% pullback level. The value of that is 582.57.
I think I might need to put SBET in my other window just so I can kind of keep track of this. I think this might be in play all day here today, or it might be wild all day. Maybe I shouldn't say in play. Livewire continuing to go. This now up to the high that started that trend line. Smoke Tuna, didn't you say not long ago that you're keeping this? Livewire, keeping it. Dude, Tuna's got the Midas touch right now. Any ticker he touches turns to gold.
Red Robin recaptured VWAP. It is still holding above it for now. If we continue to hold above it, I think we are going to retest those highs.
It's time. It's time for register rings for anyone that was trading Livewire here today. I suspect you all crunched that. Crush. I think I might have blended that together. Day trader, take care of yourself. Trader. Date trader. You say it a little bit differently, and it just makes me worried that I've been calling him the wrong name the entire time, because that's not what I meant. Anyway, have a good one. Enjoy your Friday. We'll catch up with you next week.
Maybe it's Date Raider.
Day trader. See, I knew it. I knew I wasn't messing it up.
Okay.
I think I asked him this before and he told me. Martin wants our thoughts on Archer. You know, we never discuss Archer Aviation. So 13, can I get your thoughts here on ACHR? Sorry for being a smartass. I actually like this one. I like to add this on dips. Sorry, go ahead.
Isn't this some kind of eVTOL company?
Something like that. Personal flying vehicles or something?
Yeah, so we talk a lot about this, about how one of the big things we were looking for is for this to get over 9, and it was for it to trade better, and it has been. But I guess all that excitement is over for the time being because it has been trading down. Today we're trading beneath the 20-day SMA. Keep in mind that this company still, like all the other eVTOLs, they still don't have revenue. They're still in the production phase and still getting certification. So there's still going to be some time before this really gets off the ground. If you see what I did there, I don't anticipate that they're done having to raise capital. That's one of the risk factors they keep mentioning in their earnings reports, is that there might need to be another capital raise at some point. Still looking forward to how well this company is going to do. They do have a lot of contracts, some really prominent names: United Airlines, United Emirates. So I think they also have a contract with the Air Force or the Marines. I'm not sure which one, but it might be both. So looking forward, this is going to be a real interesting stock. But it's still taking some time for them to get their production facility online and get production going. They talk about test flights that they're going to be doing this year. That remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, I think this is going to be great. I don't know if I'd be buying it at this price for the long haul, but I think if it does come down around 520, which has been a pretty prominent support and resistance area over the years, I think that would be a good area for it to get into. And as a matter of fact, April 7th, we got pretty close to that level.
Mike also mentioning they've got a deal for the LA 2028 Olympics. Mm-hmm. So pretty Mike,
and
I see what you did there. Things are up in the air.
Yeah, and that's to transport the Olympians to their different areas that they have to go to compete. So we'll see if that ends up happening. They have a few years to make that a reality. So they can't delay. They need to get that going.
BMGL really quickly here. I know it might be an early call there. We did break the trend line. We are at VWAP. If this pops, I think you've got 148, 150, and then 165 as your levels higher here. This was a smoke tuna dude. You are just on fire here today. You're welcome, Martin.
Well, where there's smoke, there's fire.
And when there's tuna, there's gains. I just said something. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. All right. Livewire approaching 5 here.
Michigan consumer.
God, what a expanding volume move.
Michigan consumer sentiment turning the market around.
It is? Up to the upside?
It just came out, and it just caused a massive knife in SQQQ.
Okay. Michigan consumer sentiment for May, 52.2 versus the 50.8. The prior read was 52.2. Looks like we're back there. Thank you, producer.
SBET also open. You probably mentioned that already. Trying to recapture the 65 EMA now. This thing is currently in a bit of a decline.
Speaking of SBET, we have a YouTube poll up right now. What is the SBET closing price for the day? Please vote.
Livewire running up to 495.
Just shy of 5 there. Yeah, that Michigan consumer way above the expectation. Jay Rice, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, buddy? Jane here mentioning Olympics sort of suck now. So I go back and forth on this. I'm with you on that. The last Olympics, or the one that was on TV, I didn't even watch any of it. I mean, it was such a disaster from the opening ceremony. Good Lord. Anyway, the thing about this is that, like, and I know that this gets talked about a lot on some of the podcasts there, the Olympic athletes, the way that they are treated, not great. One of my buddies was a speed skater younger in his life. He actually went to Olympic trials. It's funny, the way he describes it, he's like, I thought I was good. And then I went to Olympic trials and finished like 19th and realized I had no chance. Not good. Not good stuff there on how they treat some of the athletes. I'm with you on some of this, Jane.
I used to watch the Olympics and with reverence, but I think it's absolutely a joke, especially if they're going to continue to let athletes or countries or athletes that are from certain countries like Russia continue to compete despite violating PED rules and other rules that if you throw enough money at the Olympic Committee, they'll just overlook. They've done it with Russia. They've done it with China. It's a complete political scam at this point. I have no faith in the Olympics anymore.
And don't forget, they're going to have competition because the enhanced games are coming pretty soon, where they safely allow the athletes to use performance enhancing drugs and then pay the athletes, not the sponsors, for breaking world records. So I don't know how that's going to work out. I'm just saying that that's coming. We'll see.
No, put the, see what that would be more interesting.
RRGB, sorry to interrupt. RRGB popping off the VWAP. Sorry, get in there.
Put these athletes through to the limit. If you have to do PEDs for that, fine. It levels the playing field. There's no more excuses. We'll just see what the maximum of the amount the human body can endure and output can do.
I definitely don't want anything to devolve into people pushing themselves to near death, though. That's the one thing I will say here. I definitely don't want that to be the result of this, but just getting it out there. I don't want people coming back being like, you did this.
Oh yeah.
Vivicor maybe popping off the bottom. We'll see.
Yeah, that's starting to look like it might be turning around. I think what you're going to be coming. I think the resistance might be around 125 before we hit VWAP.
SBET is running. Let me get SBET up here. So this is curling a little bit. I don't know if I'd call that a run yet. Let's get back to the VWAP and see if we can take that out. By the way, has anyone seen anything? I was going to ask Anne-Marie about Lily today, and look at what Lily is doing. Damn it. We actually just talked about this on the happy hour too. Damn. I'm still going to ask about Lily. I'm still going to try to put a trade together there for that.
I don't have anything on right now. It looks like we did start to turn around here in Livewire, coming down at VWAP, 495 the high. Oh, BMGL broke out of that trend line that we drew.
Mm-hmm. The tuna-ness. INOD here. This is going to be one of your AI stacks here. This actually popped and dropped and held in there. We'll see if this moves higher. Alto, we talked about this on a potential gap and go. This actually looks like it might make a run towards 500 today.
SBET open, trying to recapture the 65 EMA, facing resistance at $96.
Brian hit that on the head. Insider trading is already legal. It's just not legal for you. That's facts, bro. Facts.
All right, so
Monday will be interesting because it's the start of a new month and we're due inflows. Yeah. That's one of the other things that will be interesting about Monday's session here. Palantir looking like this is trying to take 125 with the chop here in Palantir. Interesting.
I did like how the Fed
has
adamantly been saying that they need to be data dependent. They want to see the data, and they just got data that's showing that inflation is still going down. Manipulation of this report aside, I still think that this is the kind of data they needed to see, and this is just going to put more pressure on the cut. At least that's the way I'm viewing it. And it's interesting, too, because didn't we just get some information from D.R. Horton about how they're trying to entice buyers with lower rates?
We did. In fact, I was told I could share this. This is what 13 is referring to. We actually have a graphic from the Arizona area here that I wanted to share with you. Here it is. So one of the big things here that she was mentioning or trying to convey here, D.R. Horton, they're offering 3.99% fixed on some of their new units. Now, how is the point that she went on to make is how is anyone else going to compete with this? I don't see. First of all, they must be doing some crazy discounts there. Number one, to be able to offer this in the first place. Second of all, I don't see how you can compete with this. And also, you'll notice this includes backyard landscaping, blinds, and something else there, appliances. So I don't know. We'll see what goes on with some of the home stuff. What else got discussed here? Did we miss anything? Oh, I got a breakdown here on Costco. I got to go through. Tom, let's go, dude. Let's go. That's the other thing, by the way. Happy hour, not just a show at the close, also a dedicated chat channel in which 13 is a moderator.
Yep. They're all day. BMGL is still moving after that breaking that trend line. Just slowly, but it's moving.
Jay, appreciate you. Jay, I love how you keep me in check. It's one of my favorite things about this. Ryan, that's true on the flows, but I think the first week of June is one of the worst weeks using Ryan Dietrich data. We were a big fan of Ryan Dietrich despite him going to Ohio State. Also, I wouldn't be shocked if I have a quote for you on Dietrich data coming on Monday.
That looks like, to answer the question of for quantum vortex, it looks like it's the Buckeye area of Arizona. I don't know if that's the case for all those, but it just looks like that's the situation, because in the upper right it says Copper Falls. That might be the latest D.R. Horton community they're building out there. They tend to do that community.
What locations are they selling those? Oh, he was asking me about that. Sorry, Quantum. I just spaced there. We're in Sydney here. I went on a spacewalk. She, whatever, said that long ago. I made me crack up there. Copper Falls, Buckeye, Arizona. And it's spot on, guys.
Livewire is starting to put in a series of upper shadows. I think this is going to be a little bit of a tail in caution. So if you've got some pretty good gains in Livewire, I mean, Smoke Tuna, you tell me what your plan is here. But this inability to get over 5 and these long wicks that are appearing on these 5-minute candles here are making me think that there may be a loss of VWAP coming here in about 15 minutes or so.
Bill TV with a GME headline here that I would think would spike the stock.
Okay. So,
yeah. And look, Cinderella was on the Cinderella. I'm sorry, I missed some of your comments. Some of them, I'm not going to lie, and I'm not trying to insult you, but bro, some of your comments seem like you're straight up trying to troll. So I often gloss over them. This one, however, looks like it hit the mark.
Yeah.
Bill here mentioning GME. Did I get it right? Bill TV. Breaking news. GME GameStop announces partnership with Musk's AI. Is this true, or did I just highlight something that's fake?
This is something I'd be curious to know about with regard to those D.R. Horton communities. How much is Arizona subsidizing for that offering of 3.99% fixed? I have to feel like that. I just have this feeling that there's some kind of subsidy in there for that. In order for people to move to Arizona to work in that factory, that's an incentive to do so. A new home at a rate that you can't find right now.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
Yeah, me too. I liked it.
Wow. BMGL had no chill. That just went right up to the pre-market high, 165, actually printed just slightly above it. And now it's pulling a bit here. But what a great move off of a break of the trend. Fantastic stuff.
Real quick, I need some help here with GME. If Bill TV just posted fake breaking news here, we are going to execute him like they did back in Roman times in the Colosseum with the gladiators. Someone help me confirm this. Is this true or is this fake? If this is fake, any of you that have anything special to say to Bill, I would say it to it now. We're gonna need that to get proved here. Otherwise, you might get a kick in the pants there, Bill.
Let me look and see what that.
Yeah, sorry to put you guys on blast like that, but the one thing we are not going to tolerate here is repeat fake news. We are not CNN. We are Benzinga.
Let me see if I can find any news.
Can't find anything on this. I can't see it in the news feed. Somebody help our friend Bill.
Well, could you if you have a link or something that you could post, that'd be helpful.
Bill hasn't said anything but rocket ship emojis, which was also a red flag. Bill, I don't mean to single you out, but you are on thin ice, bro. Brian votes fake news. It's old, months old. All right, guys.
All right.
All right.
Now, let's say it was true. What's the
Bye, Bill.
positive here?
Take care of yourself, man. Peace. What's that? Sorry, I was busy
What's
banning the troll.
Okay. I was just wondering if it was true, what's the big positive here? You're partnering with XIII. Like I'm just hypothetically saying, what's the big positive here with that partnership? For GameStop?
We didn't get any context. We didn't get any context here,
Okay.
but it did
exactly.
give me an excuse to use the sound drop.
You are fake news.
Take that.
See, Mark, that's kind of what I'm wondering. He's saying, what would XAI partnership even be? Like, what's the
Mark says nothing. Mark's like, I'm not even like phased by this.
It wouldn't. It's a headline that wouldn't really mean a whole lot. BMGL still going, new highs over the pre-market.
Oh, here, let me put that on screen. Sorry about that.
It's on. Oh, okay, yeah. This thing. This was not the one I was expecting to do as well today. So there you go. Market's still selling off. I'm sorry, rallying. Opposite of what I said.
Anyone know why I'm getting a message BMGL must be opened by a broker? So some of the different brokerages will not let you buy stock without calling the trade desk. Maybe that's what's going on for you on BMGL. It is worth noting that once you've opened that position, you can likely close it from your broker. Give your trade desk a call, Sideshow, and see if they can give you any more information on that. Kathy is confirming what you were just saying. I can't trade BM without calling Schwab. I have Schwab too.
BMGL, this looks like it could continue to go up to 215. I think that's where I would kind of peg the next resistance at. So we'll see if that's what we end up getting, if we can get through 2. Daily MACD on BMGL not looking too bad. Looking like it might have some more upside in the coming days if this continues to curl and cross. Let's go back to a smaller time frame and look at some of these other names. Livewire still looking like this thing is going to end up coming down here. I think those upper shadows were kind of signaling that there may be some downside ahead. Hasn't broken down yet though. Well, yeah, that's exactly what it means, Jay Wild. All right, what's looking good? Because it seems like
I have something that's looking good. I make no promises right now, but what I will say, Zach McCracken, about the shirt idea, we might have something brewing for you. It's early. I'm just a little bit of a tease there. Can't give you specifics yet. We might have something for you.
Did you see the meme that I linked to your Slack?
Yes, I did.
That's a good thing behind the thing.
So let me get. I didn't have time to prepare that, and because you sent it to me and not the producer, he couldn't do it for me. But
you could do this with SoundHound and NVIDIA, with NVIDIA's being the Undertaker.
Okay, so here's 13's idea for a thing behind the thing graphic.
Yeah. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. We like to have fun around here. There you go. Okay, Pony, you got, sorry, let me try to get back on it. I know, we like to have fun on a Friday. I blame myself. Here you go, Pony AI. Glad we asked Mark about this earlier. Here comes Pony right off the bottom. Buying volume here actually looking great. Pony right back to the area that stopped it. I almost want to call this a support area from Wednesday, maybe the top end of that range. Let's go back to the daily here and see what we got next for Pony. Yeah, we're right back to that consolidation area. I think Mark actually drew a box around this when he was with us. Area to watch, next one, 21.5, if this goes higher.
BMGL hit $2 exactly coming off of that.
BMGL, the call of the day here. Call of the day here from Tuna.
Let's see here.
Costco's moving. Good. Giddy up. Giddy up.
Well, at least something is. Not a whole lot moving, it looks like. Still waiting for this for Livewire to lose VWAP. It just came down and tested it, but it's still holding in there. But it's looking like it's losing volume. MACD starting to show signs of curling, and I don't know if we do get some downside coming here, I think 385 might be your support.
Yeah, we're getting more reports here that folks cannot open new positions here on BMGL. Palantir is going insane.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it is. Got a nice little volume pop there. These new all-time highs, I think, no, not quite. No, we were very, very close. I just needed to keep going back. Nope. 134 is going to be your all-time highs. We'll see if we get that. You're welcome, this Moch. Glad you are having a good Friday. You'd love to see it. SBET sub 100.
Yep. Palantir might be breaking out of a trend. Did get support from the 20-day SMA. That's been providing support since the 21st, so past 9 days. Looking at some of these other names we were talking about earlier, BSLK, this thing is finally trading beneath its 200. Couldn't get above that trend line. Did print above it, but came right back in. So if there's anything to be left in this, it probably will happen later on in the day. BLRX,
all about that trend line for me, 13.
The LRX, this thing has just been sideways most of the day after testing the 65 EMA a couple of times. VIVK, same thing, sideways, nothing really happening there. I guess that special dividend wasn't that special. SBET actually recaptured its 65 EMA, still looking at getting above its VWAP, which I have at 101.81. Red Robin just got back above its VWAP. It's trying to trade up, but I think if we draw a trend line here, that is the trend to watch for if we're going to get a break for that. And I'm not sure that we will if the volume is going to be as low as it is right now. We need better volume to get through that trend line.
Yo, full disclosure here, I've just been sitting over here secretly rooting for Red Robin to really kind of sell off so that we stop talking about it, because I am effing starving and now I want a burger. And this stock is really putting me through the ringer here this morning. Just thought you all might want to know that. That's all. Carry on.
So if Red Robin
walked into that one, didn't I, 13?
Yeah.
Walked into that one.
BMGL went up to 214, starting to pull a little bit here.
SBET still struggling with the VWAP. That's going to be something to watch there. Livewire bull flag going on.
Crow saying CEP could catch a candle. Well, then we're going to have to call it Jack be nimble. Okay, so it just had wow, this thing doesn't have a really that great volume. Yeah, I don't know a CEP. Pre-market high was 440. I'm sorry, 44.35.
Cinderella said, "Is the stock public? Gimme, gimme, gimme!" And now I'm singing ABBA in my head, so that's awesome.
I think it was referring to the Slack that we were talking about.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Sergeant Sexy here is asking about DraftKings, DKNG. That's what I want. And then Chris asking about Portillo's. We can take a quick look at those here real quick. Here's your DraftKings. Now, the thought here, Ryan, what do you think about DraftKings going into the finals? Well, what you mean is the NBA finals and the NHL finals. I'll be honest with you. I have a very tough time coming up with a really good trade plan for DraftKings based on the sporting event that we're expecting. We've tried this on the Super Bowl for a number of years, and it really hasn't given us anything. Personally, I'd rather stick to the chart here. We have a nice little uptrend that we've been in since the lows from Liberation Day. We would really like that to hold here. We're basically battling with the 50-day right now, and we have the 500-day about $1.50 above where we're at now. So this thing's really going to need to make a move, and then eventually it's going to need to clear out the 200-day, which is what smacked us down last time. That's up here at 38. So I'm not sure there's a trade here yet. Unless you're trying to buy this on this support, you're going to have a tight stop on this one. Honestly, your catalyst about the finals, I don't know how sticky that catalyst is. I really don't.
I don't like well, we still have to get through today, but if we close beneath that 50-day estimate, that would not be viewed too favorably for me. Losing these moving averages, these slower moving averages, I think is not great. We may end up going back down to test 34. That might not even hold. Looks like 30 could be in the cards if we continue to close beneath the 50-day estimate.
Okay, so I just don't feel great about this one, to be quite honest with you. I want this to work, though. I so badly want to make a pile of money on a gambling stock so then I can not feel bad about depositing some of said money into my gambling account. And I've been unable to do that yet, to be quite honest with you. Chris asked about Portillo's. Tom, you're a big Portillo's guy. Excuse me, Tom is saying, Ryan, you're a big Portillo's guy. Is this true that the owner started out as a hot dog stand in his early days? Yes, Dick Portillo started it as a hot dog stand. The Chicago-style hot dog is superior to the New York-style hot dog in all facets. Sorry, people from New York, you're just wrong. The other thing here about Portillo's is that it's never closed a store. All right. So you talk about a cult classic, something that people absolutely love, a Chicago institution. All of those things are true. Never closed a store. Also, highest price per ticket than any other fast food chain, including Chick-fil-A, which is pretty much always at the top of that. Portillo's even higher here. How has it been? God, it's hard for me to say that this has been anything but disappointing since I started buying and following this. I think my initial purchase here was about $22, and I've been adding on the way down here, thinking that at some point, God, if Shake Shack can be $100, so too can Portillo's at one point. They're doing a 600-store nationwide store opening where they target the areas based on who orders the food for delivery. So there's always demand in the areas that it expands into. The C-suite team here has not been able to get it done. It is finally starting to get some coverage. It actually has an activist investor in there, and the recent earnings that it did were actually not terrible. So I want to say that this is good. I want to say that this is a good area to buy into this company, but I have no performance to show for this one. None. In fact, I'm down on my position. My average price is in a 16 handle. So I'm actually down several points on this. Factor all of that in. Yes, don't let my bias stray from this. Italian beef is absolutely delicious. It's changed over the years here at Portillo's, but it's still very good. They got some of the best cheese fries out there. I'm hoping this works. I think right down here about $12 is a fair price. I'm hoping to get 20 at some point.
So if I'm probably going to really rattle the boat here, but if it's going to be that Chicago has the best hot dog, are we going to be okay with saying that New York has the best pizza, or is that going to
No, I mean, look, New York needs as much help as they can get. I'm not going to start fights. Here. Here's what I would say about the pizza thing. The best pizza I've ever had is without a doubt Pequod's Pizza here in Chicago, and it is a thicker style pizza. But here's the big thing. First of all, Chicago has two different types of Chicago pizza. One of them is super thin, so I don't want to hear about how Chicago pizza is only thick. That's not true. Second of all, you said pizza, so the answer is yes. Because I have really not come across a bad pizza unless it's got pineapple and or anchovies on it. Just saying.
Live wire getting a lift here, going back up to 495. So no breakdown beneath VWAP. Did test it though. Looks like BMGL. This could be be flagging right now. Coming down to VWAP for a test. If it can move off of this after hitting VWAP, that'd be great, but just be careful. Looks like a lot of these things are starting to come back in again. BLRX, this one has been having a bit of a day, up and down a lot. Haven't been able to get above 640 and close above that. So 640 looks like a level to watch for with BLRX. If we can get above that and trade above that, I think we're going to hit VWAP afterwards.
All right. Really good stuff. Hey, as mentioned at the earlier in the show, I don't want to say the top of the show, but as mentioned earlier in the show, I am finally getting close to starting to sell some of the long-term position here on ONDS. I am on the offer at 120 on partial of this.
We got a couple of questions. I saw that we were getting asked about Hood and UNH. With regard to Hood, it looks like we hit the high from February just recently, and it started to come off of that. If there's more downside ahead, I think that the 20-day SMA, which is close to $60, is going to provide the best level of support. I also like that area because we did have May 19th open right about there, and looking, just kind of having that horizontal line at $60 looks like that could be a pretty solid support area. So I would just say earliest area of support for Hood, I think, is going to be the 20-day SMA, but it does look like the price is going to be headed lower from here.
Yeah.
Now, as far as UNH goes,
well, hang on. Lehoy has been asking pretty much all day. I saw this earlier. I knew we were going to cover Hood, so I kind of shelved it until we got there. Now we're here. We're not going to pass. Lehoy is asking if this is a cup and handle. So I'm going to start with you because I love the chart formation. What do you think about this cup formation that we got here?
Well, it could be a cup with handle. We just need to see the handle.
Right. So thank you. You walked right into that. You had just said that the first support that you see here is probably the 20-day moving average. That's down here at 59.39. If you trade down to this, would you consider that enough of a handle?
Well, they have different size handles you can do. It could be one, but let me give you where I think the handle should go to, because you typically want to see about a 30% pullback. From the, if you take the low of the cup and the high of the cup, and you take the range, and you just take 30% of that should be about where you want the handle to find a bottom at. So let me give that calculation.
Okay.
I'll tell you where it should end up.
And actually, Lehoy, this was, I know sometimes I criticize people, maybe criticize is the wrong word. I chirp people that use all caps here. Looking at you, Izzy. But this was a great time to do that because I would have felt awful if I had forgotten this again. And I make many mistakes and I often forget things. So thank you for doing that. Glad we were able to cover this here. No, it's all good. Love you guys. We love you. We love you. Hood, Jay Rice here mentioning Hood seems to have a close correlation with Bitcoin. Can you talk a little bit more about that? It closes the same as Bitcoin. It's inversely proportional. What? Elaborate on that a little bit, if you don't mind. Christoph saying that Hood looks ugly on the weekly. Christoph, I will say that this weekly chart looks even more like a reversal is coming than the daily chart. Now, to 13's point, though, about this still maybe being a cup and handle, if it does indeed form the handle, well, the handle would be the next move down here. Mm-hmm. So did you have a level for that, by the way?
So if we take the difference between the high of the cup from when we started in February and the low, which was in April, like so many lows are, and then 30% of that difference is going to land the price where I think the handle should go to at 55.74.
55. I asked you for. You gave me an exact price. Absolutely amazing. 55.74. Here you go. Right here.
Yeah.
So this is so there you go, Lehoy. You let me know what you think about that.
Yeah. If we're going to get, a handle could be long, it could be short, but typically what you'd want to see is like a 30% of the difference between the high and low of the whole cup and handle, the whole cup move. That's where I would like to see the handle kind of find its support and turn around and resolve higher. So
okay. Real quickly here. Also, I got a comment on this. Sideshow, when we were talking about food, Sideshow was talking about the Roethlisberger, which is a sandwich that they serve in Pittsburgh. I've heard this is delicious, although I've never had it before, and I absolutely despise coleslaw and cabbage of all forms. But you guys went on to say, are you from DeBerg? I was born and raised in a Pittsburgh suburb. I think that's South Liberty. I bleed black and gold. All right, I'm going to mobilize on this a little bit quicker. I got a surprise for you folks, especially for you folks that are Steelers fans. One of my stock trading, I call him a mentor, is a gigantic, easily, without a doubt, the biggest Steelers fan that I know. I'm going to try and bring him on as a guest in the near future. So for those of you that are Steelers fans, you might have a pretty awesome surprise coming here pretty soon. I appreciate that. And, yep, Glenn, Oh, I can't even tell you how relieved I am that finally, instead of just buying a stock and averaging down and averaging down and averaging down and averaging down, I am finally now selling a little bit for a gain. Let's hope this is the first of many sales there. 120, filled a little bit. I'm giving myself, oh, that was the wrong one, but we'll take it. I'm giving myself a cash register ring for that.
Livewire new high 514.
What a fight Ondas has been. Okay. Let me go back to Livewire. I'm actually going to take a step away here real quick, go to the washroom.
BLRX also just recaptured its VWAP. Finally, some of these slower names doing something.
Here's your Livewire chart. It did pop 5 there. Jake is happy. As if I haven't been in here talking about this stock for years. Jay, I'm happy too. God damn it. Okay, let me leave Livewire up here. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Sounds
Jay.
good. All right, so what's kind of going on here? Looks like the market may have been finally exhausting its bounce here off the low from selling. Where's the SPY at right now? What do you guys want to take a look at, since I don't really have anything I'm actively peeking? Coin, you're mentioning Baru. Aunt Baru is up. All right, how about that? Let's take a look at Aunt Baru. How is she doing? Okay, so this just popped above VWAP after losing it shortly after the open. Recaptured a lot of moving averages. Did this suddenly get some news, or was it just finally its time? Still a penny stock, needs to hold above the VWAP. I see that there could be a bit of a trend line here if we start using the highs that we got back on 8:45 this morning and 9:40 after we opened. We're headed up towards that trend line. Watch for a break of that. Maybe we'll have Brian draw that for us when he gets back here. What else? Oklo, ZS, and TQQQ. So Oklo, I think we did may have looked at. Let me actually pull Oklo up on my other chart here because I got more drawings on that. Brian, do you want to draw a trend line for us for Aunt Baru? BURU.
BURU. Yes, and Aunt Baru has made her way back.
Yeah,
it seems back from the dead.
Oh, I didn't even see that one out there. That might actually work as well. Yeah. Well, I don't have it that high because I only used the ones from 8:45 and 9:40.
Okay.
I didn't happen to notice that one back from yesterday, but we could use that as well. But I just used those two and kind of gave us. I put it at the top of the wicks, so we haven't quite hit it yet. But it's still either way. I still think that's something we need to watch for. If there's going to be some upside continuing with the Aunt Baru, going to break this trend line. And then I would be looking at that 54.5-cent high from the after hours yesterday as a resistance level. I'm looking at Oklo now for Samel. She wanted to look at Oklo, ZS, and what was the other one? I'm sorry, I missed the other one. What the other one was, but I'll find it. TQQQ. So we might also have another couple of handle situation forming here with Oklo. But this, I still think this might need to come down some more before we get a better looking handle. Don't know that we're going to go all the way down to 40 and fill that gap, although it could still be possible. But we are trading back up right now, so I don't know how much more downside this has left today. It's got some. It still has some levels to cross, but I'm not sure what to make of Oklo right now. So if we're looking at a cup and handle, it still needs more time for the handle. ZS is breaking out and making new 3-year highs.
That's on the back of its earnings report here. They trading higher after they reported better expected Q3 financial results and raised its full year 25 guidance.
Yeah. So
look at that. Another cybersecurity. Boy, how's that theme doing? How's PanW doing today? Oh, would you look at that?
Did you happen to draw the trend line from starting from November of 2021 through the high of February 2024? And what a massive breakout this has had over the past month. It's had an amazing month. ZS. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what you're talking about right here.
Yeah. That's right.
That laugh. Let's go.
So there's that. I mean, just be careful. This thing's extended. I would anticipate that this has to come back in at some point with a 77.5 RSI. If you're already in this one, maybe consider paying yourself. Don't want to give you any financial advice. Fiduciary is best for that. But just looking at how much this has run since April 7th, might be time to take some gains. And then you also want to look at TQQQ.
I think he said never mind on TQQQ.
Oh, yeah, because that's really not too far away from the VWAP, so might not be enough of a trade there yet. Besides, we're on the upside of the TQQQ, and this is where you'd want to be looking at the SQQQ instead. Or unless you're going to short the TQQQ, then stick with this one. But currently coming up the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. The pre-market high is 70 and 51 cents. I guess, and we've actually tested that twice. So I'd say 70.50 is going to be the resistance area to watch for if we do happen to get back above the 200 EMA.
Okay, good stuff there. 13.
Sure.
UNH getting asked about here. Let me actually go back to the daily chart here. Here's what we're looking at. We are definitely at a spot down here. Good Lord. Yeah, Bigabees, Lily, Matt, glad we talked about that last night, huh? Glad we talked about that. I'm actually going to ask Anne-Marie about Lily. We're going to factor in the seasonality that we have going there as well. The rest of you folks looking like you're trading UNH here. UNH, big rip. Is the bottom in here? What are we thinking here on UNH? 300 tradable level here?
Well, I put a trend line out here on for the high. Since we did this gap down, there was a high from May 13th. I drew the trend line through May 20th, the high, and today we're breaking over this trend line, slowly. I still anticipate this could go on to print maybe as high as 340 before we start to see some turnaround here. So I don't know that the bottom is in. I'm not going to say that it is. I still feel like there's a lot more of more headwinds coming for this company, but I don't think we've completely seen the end of the relief rally. I still think we need to print higher. Like I think we could end up getting up to where that gap begins, and then we start selling off. So we'll see if we end up getting that.
Okay.
I don't really have any predictions for UNH at this stage. I just think that there's still some risks ahead for the company.
Okay. Good stuff. I am crafting a screenshot here real quick, so just give me a sec.
Crafting.
Yep.
BLRX. This continues to move up, and it may keep going probably up until it gets into the 8 handle. That's a guess. BSLK finally got some activity. That pulled it above the 200 EMA. Also did a print above the VWAP 65 EMA and trendline that we drew, but it came right back beneath it. Still hanging out here just beneath the VWAP, looking for some more volume to help take this thing through the trendline we drew with some force. SBET now over VWAP, says Mark. Wow, this thing is really starting to move again.
Okay, going back. Sorry, I had to trying to line up my special guest that I was talking about that has Pittsburgh ties. So I apologize for taking some time there, but I promise it'll be worth it when the time comes. Okay.
Well,
Red Robin, are we flagging up here, holding above the VWAP at 505?
What are we thinking about with the way that we just got consumer sentiment, PCE, and how it looks like the market's turning around? We have inflows coming up. Do you think sell in May isn't happening, or what's the thought here, folks?
Well, the sell in May ends today,
right?
Because May's over today. I think just kind of going back to like the whole interest rate thing, I'm not surprised by any of this data, to be quite honest with you. Now, what I will say here is that I don't think that we're going to have an immediate knee-jerk move on interest rates. So I don't think any of the data that we've been talking about puts the July cut on the table. I don't think any of that is the case. I still think we're going to get a cut, and I still think it's going to be later in the year. I just think that with some of the data that we've got recently, you kind of hinted at it earlier, the discussion is going to kick up in its ferocity over the next few months here. That I feel pretty certain about. I'm unsure that I think there's going to be a change anytime soon.
All right.
I think we're going to get more comments about, we'd like to see more prints like this. We'd like to be a little bit more data dependent. And then you're going to have Trump saying he's too slow. He's too late.
And then he'll cool his jets again.
And he'll cool his jets. I love him. Curtin was saying on CNBC earlier, he suspects that Powell knows that Trump is playing the game. And then when they meet like in private, they're probably cordial with each other. I could totally see that.
They talk about
I just can't see Trump quoting Grateful Dead songs to him. That's all.
Oh, it's happening in private. Like, tell me about your favorite song.
You have actually a good. You actually do a fairly good Trump. That's
halfway.
I wish my Trump impression were better. Honestly, nobody beat Shane Gillis though.
Well, because when he dresses up and looks like him, I mean, geez, and he really does have that raspiness when he really talks about like lying Joe Biden.
By the way, God, I'm trying to keep it together here. By the way, our poll results are in for SBET, which is currently on screen here. We asked, what price does SBET close at today? 31% of you said above $100. 22% of you said between 80 and 100. 22% of you said between 60 and 80. And 22% of you said sub 60. What a distribution right there. Majority going to above 100 as far as a single goes, but that's about 1/3 of the voters.
I think I've heard of Matt Friend. I'll have to go and look and see who that is. Yeah, Brian, you're right. And the Biden that they have, he's not that funny, I think. I think they just need to just have Shane Gillis just go off. Let's do a whole segment as Trump. Doesn't
he? I thought he does that.
I think he just sits down with the rest of the group and makes comments about the other comics that come on. I don't know if there is a whole segment that he's done. I haven't seen it.
Really quickly here, Blaze Rhino saying maybe sell off the rest of the day for a fresh start on Monday. You know what? I'm not even going to bet on the sell off because I think that our volume is not that great. We're going into the weekend. Yeah, volume is pretty poor here today. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be shocked if we just kind of hold out in this range. And I'll even expand that. I would say our range that we're likely going to stay in here today is between 586 and 592. 586 kind of already got tested once here today, and we held it. So to me, I just don't see us, without anything else happening here, I really don't see us busting above that. Remember, we talked with Mark earlier. We talked about 593 to 595 really kind of being that tough resistance spot to break. I think that's spot on. I'm not sure we have enough to do that here today.
I like how everybody's coming out with these names we need to take a look at for all these different impressions.
Hey, I love it too. Let me really quick. Well, do we have time? Yeah, we've got 14 minutes here before we go to Anne Marie. Get your tickers ready for Anne Marie, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite. I'm a humongous sports radio listener. I listen to ESPN 1000 here in Chicago. Those local guys are amazing. One of them on one of the shows has been covering Bulls basketball since like the early 90s. I feel like I grew up with the guy. Nonetheless, I listen to that pretty much just all the time. Like my radio never leaves that unless I flip over to Spotify. They do a segment on Friday called What to Watch for the Weekend Ahead, where the three, if they have a guest, the four people on the show, talk about different things that the audience might enjoy watching. And they come up with series, Landman has been a popular one, Breaking Bad, all of that stuff, Peaky Blinders, all of these different things. But they will occasionally do things just like what our chat is doing here, where they suggest different comics or different stand-ups that really kind of hit the mark. I just think it's funny because you guys kind of did that naturally. Like nobody really pushed you into doing that. You just kind of did that naturally. And I think sharing stuff like this that's enjoyable, I think this is perfect. And the fact that you guys did this on Friday by yourselves just makes me happy all over the place.
I'm
good job.
waiting to see if there's some volume expansion here in Red Robin. Sorry to say it again, because it does have.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
no, you're not.
I'm not. So it does have this trend line, and it's trying to get back over VWAP. If we do get a big expansion of volume, I think it could come over this trend line that we've been forming over the regular session. I also wanted to point out with because we talked about it earlier this morning, we haven't really looked at it since then. GITS, this thing, sold out of the open and this kind of been sideways. I think at some point we're going to want to pay attention to this because it looks like it could be starting to curl up.
Maybe one of the afternoon volume pops if we get it.
It might be.
Yeah. Okay.
So just I've no position on GITS, not putting a order out or anything. Just kind of watching to see if this sideways consolidation ends up catching some bids, or if it just sells off and goes right to the 65.
Bitcoin here holding at 105.9. It's actually down fractionally, down 0.3 on the futures. Anyone got a weekend feeling for Bitcoin? Up, down, the same?
I don't know.
I don't, and neither do I. That's why I'm out. I don't have a opinion one way or another, which is why I'm asking.
Quantum Vortex was asking if Livewire hold above VWAP. Actually, it just lost it and it's starting to go down. MACD also curling on the 5-minute. This looks like we are going to come down and test some of these these levels. I'd say 4 would probably be one of the earlier levels between 388.5 and 4. It's going to be where I think you could find some support. This thing really starting to sell off now. Baru still trying to get above that trend line. It's got a bit of a flag situation happening here. This candle or the next 5-minute candle might provide that push through the trend line we drew. Yeah, Livewire.
Martin's asking if anyone likes Red Robin long term.
Let me look and see where the price is at here.
I mean, I feel like this would benefit substantially from a consumer that just felt more confident. If we look at a long-term chart here, I understand buying when it's low and then, hopefully selling when it's much higher. I think you might be onto something here. I don't know enough about I don't go there enough to give you an honest opinion. I'm just kind of looking at the chart and being like, gosh, if your time horizon is long enough, this is probably a good buy. If this thing gets back to 15, you're a triple from here.
Yeah,
get going to 40.
It does look like it's coming off. I mean, it is coming off multi-year lows. Gosh, how low has this thing gone? It's coming off all-time lows, and this is probably the highest volume day it's had in its entire history. It seems like there's a lot of folks loading up on this for that exact reason. Some things I need to see first. I want to just continue to close above this 200 SMA on the daily, and it looks like that in the past, 650 has really given the stock price trouble. So I think I'm going to be marking off a 650 horizontal line to see if we can even get up there and move over it. You see what I'm talking about with that 650? Just put that on a daily chart, look to the left. Ever since we lost that level last year, it has not been able to get back above that and hold. Are you looking at some other stuff for Red Robin?
Yeah, I'm looking at, so another part of Pro here, I don't think I focus on this enough because the interaction with this is basically me reading. I don't feel like that makes for a good show. But one of the really nice things in Pro here is on many of the stocks that we look at, we're giving you a bull and bear case. And this is scraped. I believe this is done using AI to kind of scrape a bunch of different metrics and opinions and then file them into both a positive and a negative here. And so I'm just trying to read over this largely because I don't go here myself. I'm trying to get an idea of what the group says here. Interesting stuff. A notable increase in overall food quality and hospitality metrics, with consumer favorability rising from 46% to 54%. and from 59% onward in recent months, indicating a positive consumer response to service improvements. Additionally, the company is on track for a significant financial boost through an imminent sale leaseback that is expected to raise between 20 and 26 million, further strengthening its balance sheet. Management's strategic marketing initiatives and the goal of maintaining flat to positive traffic performance in the fiscal year 24, sponsored by improved traffic trends, suggest a robust outlook for future growth relative to its competitors. Now, on the flip side, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe this is one you bring up to Anne-Marie, see if there's like a long-term options trade you can do with this.
Okay, that might be. We'll go ahead and do that. Now, on the flip side here, the Bears, Red Robin is facing a negative outlook primarily due to its downward revision of its adjusted EBITDA guide to a range of 60 to 70 million, which falls short of the previous consensus expectations of 77 million. Now, that doesn't really come as a surprise given what we've seen recently, right? Is that just me? Additionally, the restaurant level margin guidance remains flat year over year despite increased labor costs and rising occupancy expenses, indicating potential challenges in maintaining profitability. Now, Brian here was saying that the Red Robin that opened in his local mall closed in not even 2 years, I think, is what you were trying to say there. Furthermore, while the company has a large loyalty program, the significant underutilization of this asset suggests missed opportunities for revenue generation.
Brian, that's great information. I'm just kind of curious, how much traffic does that mall get in general? I feel like malls just aren't really the big thing anymore. I know of one mall in my area that everybody goes to, and that's literally it. So I'm just kind of curious, is that maybe that had more to do with its location and the foot traffic? Just kind of asking questions. I have no idea what the area you're referring to looks like, or the mall.
Yeah, interesting stuff there. I'll be honest, reading those two cases, my bias is normally bullish, glass half full, the whole 9 yards, but I tend to side with the bull case there. Gonna love this. Fellow. Good work, guys. The work you do is invaluable for the people. I hope I gain enough knowledge to be able to contribute insights as well. We really appreciate this. I'm glad we're doing something that's beneficial here. That's the whole goal here. One of the things I will say, fellow, is that what I've noticed since working here in 2019 is that the folks that take an interest in this and stick with it and keep coming back, they often provide valuable insights quicker than they think. I cite one of the folks in our happy hour group, our real estate expert. She would constantly tell us, I'm not as experienced as you guys. I'm not as experienced as you guys. And yet every quarter, she'd listen to a conference call. She'd come back with valuable information. We've taken trades off of some of this information. You'd be surprised how fast you can actually gain that knowledge to contribute insights. We're happy to have you here. I appreciate the kind words there as well.
Yeah, and you'll get.
Ed has said, no, this is not a good long-term stock, Red Robin. It's going out of business.
That's why we have a market.
Actually, that was part of, well, no, I mean, he's saying, look at their financials there. In the bear case, that's actually the first thing that they hit on here. They talked about its adjusted EBITDA and how they're guiding to the lower end of the range, signifying that the financials here are not as robust as they should be. Jay here saying, I think what's pushing it, first quarter in the last 8 turned a profit. Question is this a trend or a one-hit wonder? So sounds like Jay's data dependent.
Yeah, the EPS beat was I think the biggest driver here. And like I was just saying, there's some good technical indicators happening here. We are about to get a silver cross. That's going to happen next week. But at the same time, I see some levels, and I need to see some other things happen before I think that I'm going to give my stamp of approval that this is a good one to pick up for the long term. There are a lot of things here that I like. There are a lot of things that I don't like. The RSI is extremely high. I think this is to come back in, and if we do, we're likely to lose a 200-day SMA. I'm not interested in buying it right here if I'm going to take a long-term position. And I also have that concern about 650, which has been a pretty stiff resistance area for over a year now. So there are some things that I need to see happen before I would even consider jumping into this for the long term.
Now, as far as the financials here, starting with the balance sheet, they do have 30 million of cash on the balance sheet here. They seem to flip between cash flowing positive and negative depending on what's going on in the quarter, but generally this doesn't look eye-popping. Their net income here, minus 39 million though. So to the point about the financials, they're a pretty good one. We'll see if this turns around here. And to Jay's point, we'll see if this is a trend that they can establish or if this was just a one-off quarter. Good stuff there on Red Robin. I am still extremely hungry, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying earlier, Jay. That volume that's happening today is the largest in years, probably ever. Probably ever. We were also getting asked by Joseph Schmo for us to provide some analysis on Prop. This is Prairie Operating Company.
Okay, so first things first, I've never even heard of this company. So whatever analysis I end up giving you, take it with a grain of salt here. We also do not have the bull and bear case that I just talked about for this stock. Take care of yourself, Ed.
Take care. Yeah. So this company.
And really quickly, 13. Anne Marie informed me she's going to be a few minutes late here today, so we've got a couple of minutes to tie this off.
Sounds good. So this is a Houston-based company, independent energy company. They do have some short interest here, it looks like. So this could be a little squeezy. Doesn't have the 5 days to cover metric that we usually like to look for, but it's at 4, so not bad. There is some insider buying that just recently happened with the CEO. He picked up almost 14,000 shares, and then you have the director who also picked up another 25,000 yesterday. So these are some insider buyings. It looks like there might be some more. Director earlier this month on the 22nd also picked up 131,500 shares. So a lot of insider buying happening with this one.
This 360 to 380 area based solely on that insider buying actually seems like a pretty good spot then.
Yeah, and this thing has been hammered to hell. So did get a little bit of, I don't know if you want to look at this as a triple bottom or a double bottom, but either way, it's been putting in some bottoming action since, ever since the 7th of April. So that number that date seems to keep popping up in every single stock, right? So it's been trying to come up off of those lows. Still has the task of recapturing some of these moving averages, like the 20 and the 50, but we're not too far away from them. So if we can start to get back over those, we may have a pretty good energy mover on our hands. I think 450 is the level to watch for. That seems to be the big resistance area since we lost it on April 3rd. Haven't had a meaningful move and hold back above it. We did get some closes, but if you draw a line at 450, you can see what I'm talking about this being a pretty stiff resistance level. So if we do end up trading back over the 20 and 50-day SMAs, that's the level to watch for.
Yeah, there you go with the 450. Brian saying all the food talk is making me hungry, but I'm dropping pounds, so apples and peanut butter will have to do. So am I, Brian. And actually, it's really tough on me because I fast from about 7:30, 8 o'clock the night before to about 5 p.m., 4:30 p.m. The following day. I am in the thick of that right now. I am 6 hours away from my food. Man, oh man, it's tough on me too. You're not alone. NVIDIA, tons of call activity crossing the wire here, both calls and puts. This is for December. These are leaps. Wow, what happened here? There are little lots, but there were a lot of them. Looks like this is the December 17th, 2027 expiry. Looks like a spread, probably 140, 200. I don't know if I take anything from that. It's just, it caught my eye. Sorry.
Arden is saying that his favorite restaurant stock is Texas Roadhouse.
I bet that makes you super happy.
I put a smile on my face. This has been on a nice run lately, and it looks like it might be making a bull. Maybe. Let me draw some lines here.
This was one of my favorite restaurants to go to in college. Get a group of 4 or 5 of us, just crush the peanuts, have a couple of beers and a steak, and then get back to the real drinking. I mean, Texas Roadhouse was a good time back in college.
I feel like this could still go and make a new all-time high, and then it would come back in pretty hard. But it looks like $200 is going to be the level to watch for. That's where we ended up going up to recently, and this before we had these 3 days of selling. So the actual literal high is $199.99. Somebody's defending 200. So if we do get some support somewhere in the lower 190s and we start to turn around, watch for that break at 200. And speaking of restaurants, Red Robin, here's that trend line, trying to take it out. And it's through. He is getting it, Ryan. He is just typing away.
Yeah. Sorry.
No worries. Let's see. So SBET didn't get back up to that trend line. Actually lost VWAP, but is still getting support near the 65 EMA. Red Robin kind of pulling back beneath that trend line that we just mentioned.
Foss, good mention here, Gary. This is moving. So you got a couple of others here that aren't really on the relative volume scanner, but are moving. Okay, what was that other one that you had? OKTX? No, I think, did you mean Okta?
I didn't say.
No, I'm reading from the chat. Sorry.
Gary said OKTX.
Yeah, I don't have a ticker for that.
Unless
that's
you
not
meant to hit A. It's kind of in the same vicinity as X. Yeah, Okta really coming in. I don't anticipate it's got too much more to go. As a matter of fact, let's do some trend line fun. Let's see if we get something out of this. Okay, so we'll draw that there. Maybe, just maybe, we get support from that trend line just underneath 100, probably about $98. Now that I look at $98, that doesn't look like too bad of a level.
I meant, okay, thanks. Got it, Gary. Now that makes sense. Now it makes sense. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. I got my mentor from Pittsburgh talking to me. We got Megan Casella on CNBC, and I am trying to read the chat here. I got all types of things distracting me. I don't know what to tell you.
And here I thought he meant Okta, and I'm like providing a full-on analysis, and like, no, that's not what I meant. But here we go anyway. So there could be some support coming for Okta here, probably around 98. We'll see if that ends up happening. The RSI is getting to be a little bit low, but it's not too oversold quite yet.
Okay.
But Baru, she did it. She's over the trend line.
She's over both of them.
She did it. Baru's cooked.
Oh man, it looks like she's making like the crappiest chicken soup ever in A New Hope, where she's putting some of those vegetables in the thing.
Yeah. Lurgic was like, okay, so here's all your props to start throwing shit in the pot.
By the way, just heard from Anne Marie. She is still planning on coming. I know we're running over a little. 13. I really appreciate just a quick look at the schedule here because we've kind of run over. We're 6 minutes over here. Anne Marie is still coming, and then we're going to Option Sandy afterwards. So we are still going to have all of that. Is it Paulo or Sandy today? Let me check with the group here. We still have the regular programming. We're waiting for Anne Marie. We will take care of that.
Now, since we are waiting for Anne Marie, and she is going to be providing us with some wonderful options analysis and ideas, why don't we get that list of options ideas together to bring her?
Well, I've got one that I wanted to start with here. And this is a trade that I'm bringing out of the happy hour discussion and putting front and center here. I can go with it. You want me to just go with it? By the way, I just confirmed it's actually going to be Paulo today that will be joining us. That segment starts in 24 minutes. We're going to actually have Anne Marie here before that. You want me to just go with this trade idea here?
Just go with it.
Okay. So I'd actually love your charting on this too, not to put you on the spot here, but if you have some time for it, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are here on this. So here's the trade idea that I really want Anne Marie to set up. We talked about this in happy hour yesterday. We had a gentleman that's sometimes joins us here in the morning that's also taking a home run shot at this. We have another one that's taking kind of a more tactical shot at this. So we've got a couple of long ideas here on Lily. Now, the first thing I'll have you notice is we're right here at the 500-day. The last time that we came down and held the 500-day, we ran 200 points from that area. That is not a typo. We ran 200 points to the upside the last time that we were down here. Now, we're down here again. I don't know if we're going to get 200 points, but what I like the most about this is that, first of all, it looks like we're curling up. We don't have any of our RSI, MACD, or Williams percent hour indicators overcooked at all, and we have a very, very clear set of moving averages that we can use as targets above this. And if we break the 200, which is 100 points higher here at 834, we actually have a gap from about 848 up to 889. There's just a ton of room to the upside here on Lilly, but it's an expensive stock and the options are extremely expensive. So we would like to have some more information kind of folded into our trade plan, right? Well, we got that. And we got that from one of our group members that does a great job with seasonality. Let me see if I can find it here. That was for DR Horton. By the way, stick around because in the future, we're actually going to build a seasonality tool to include here in Pro. It's a ways off, but I'm extremely excited about it. Let me find this graphic for you. Here you go. Here's your seasonality for ticker LLY, Eli Lilly. This point right now, 91% of the time, it's a winning trade to the upside with an average profit of 7.49% based on seasonality. So we've got a number of things lining up here for a trade. We've got positive seasonality, historical seasonality here. And on top of that, we've got a great spot here on the chart. And of course, we have the underlying GLP-1 thing, trend or whatever, really kind of driving this. What's that?
Theme.
Thank you. Good Lord. How is that so hard for me? So anyway, to me, it sure looks like the next move here on Lilly is to the upside. Given how expensive it is, we want to set up an options trade. Now, I got asked about this the other day, yesterday. And one of the suggestions that I had would maybe be a butterfly, right? A call butterfly up here. And I was kind of pricing that out earlier today. Let me see if I can get it for you again. Looked like I was looking at the June contract, the 750 to 770 to 780. No, 790. Sorry, want to keep those even. That gives me a 225 debit. That's a little more expensive than I'd like to pay. So I wanted to ask Anne Marie if she could come up with something a little bit better. The other thing I thought of is that instead of doing a butterfly here, looking at some of the open interest, we might want to consider maybe a 760 to 800 call spread. That's still about $900 per. So I wanted to ask her about that. I'm looking to trade Lilly here to the upside, and I kind of want to use some advanced options to do that. So this is what I was hoping to do.
I wasn't really able to find a whole lot on Lilly on smaller time frames. Like when I say smaller, I mean like daily. I moved to weekly, and I was like, maybe not. Then I got to the monthly, and then something stuck out. If you have the 20-day or the 20 SMA on, and you go to a monthly chart, what do you see?
I see us breaking that 20 SMA this month.
Yep. And we are going to be closing this candle today, this monthly candle. And if you look at what the price has been doing with the 20-day SMA for years, it's been riding it up. And now it's not. And now it's losing it. I think this could go back down to 600.
Okay. And this is exactly why I wanted to come up with a trade here on that. Exactly.
And it may take some time, like months. So this seasonality that you referred to, we could trade up in June and then roll over again in July or August and continue to go lower. So when I'm looking at a monthly chart, got to remember this is going to be a while before we could hit 600. But to me, based on this monthly chart, it looks like we're going to be heading there over a longer period of time. Maybe probably by the end of this year, I would guess.
Okay. And so that gives us a number of different ways that we could play this.
Mm-hmm.
That.
Yeah.
X Deep Sea Diver, X Deep Sea Diver. I like that. One of my buddies is a big scuba diver. What about a bull put spread on Lilly? So you're talking about selling a put beneath where we're at and then buying one even lower than that?
Real quick, just wanted to mention it's a different stock. GITS, we talked about it earlier this morning. It looks like it's starting to curl. Just if you're still trading some of these names, keep an eye on it. If you're looking for a trade idea, this thing is starting to move. It looks like it could get back up to its VWAP.
Okay. That was look at Ant Baru. We're going to the highs here. Okay. GITS was what you were referencing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's starting
this is the one. Yeah, good mention here.
So
good mention here.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have Anne Marie here now.
All right.
Can I get a thumbs up if we're good? Nope, not yet. Not quite 13. You're still on the hook here.
Then
we gotta give Anne Marie enough time to transition here.
I shall remain.
Okay. I only cold open with you. I don't cold open with our guests here. We got to give them enough time.
No problem. Baru, by the way, the after hours high was 54.5 cents. We're almost there. So if we do hit that level, and if you've been trading this one, that's probably going to be a good profit taking spot, maybe a little bit earlier, or just trade however you're going to trade, and you have your own plan. That's fine too. But we approach some of these highs we recently put in. That typically tends to be a profit taking or sell some spot for me. Take care, Jane Smith.
Jane, take care of yourself. Have a great weekend. Thanks for all of your kind words and support that you provide us regularly.
Ooh, and then, of course, Baru polls right after I said something.
How about that? It's almost as if you did it.
No, don't say that.
I can't help myself.
I have no power over that move.
Okay. I can't help myself, 13. I'm sorry about that. Quick check in here. SBET, remember, over 100 was the highest vote getter that we had. We're currently sitting here at 95.
I do not want that smoke. The next thing I know is I'm going to get a call from the SEC, be like, "Hey, what'd you do with Baru?"
I did nothing, I swear.
Nothing.
Check my account statements.
Yeah, it was all
we did. Okay. Have a nice weekend.
Yeah, the stormtroopers did it.
That's an easy one. Okay. Anne-Marie, we ready? Yes? No? Thumbs up? Thumbs down? Uh-oh. I'm just going to message because I can't see.
Oh, wow. So if this is a real print, SPRO, that went right down to the 65 EMA and bounced. Went above VWAP, but now it's back beneath it. Nice bounce on that 65 EMA, though.
That's SPRO, you said?
Yeah, that would have been a good trade right there. Even if it wasn't for a whole lot, it's like, what, maybe 10, 12 cents, but it looked like it happened quick enough to where you could just be in and out with a quick profit. SLXN, all of a sudden.
Victoria's Secret's website was apparently out today. That's back up now. Stock is popping on volume on that.
Okay.
I'm trying to go through what I'm seeing happen here.
Yes, Joseph, she did. That circles back to my cooked comment earlier. Yeah, but that's all.
We're trying not to bring the mood down by talking about people getting cooked, but now that you've done that, we are where we are.
No explanations, please.
Anne-Marie, we good? Can you save us? Okay, we're good. Good. That was close.
I'll see myself out.
13. Thanks for everything, man. Have yourself a good weekend. Okay.
No
Hope your internet.
Take care, everybody. Have a good one.
All right. Anne-Marie, thank you for saving us here because we were about to fly off the handle there if it wasn't for you.
I'm so sorry about being late. I'm so glad to be here. Glad to chat charts and looking forward. I want to know what somebody means by saying I kept Ulta and ELF in business the last 2 days.
Jay, I'll let you answer that. I'm not going. I think I know what he's going to say here. I wonder if it's going to make you blush, but I'll let him answer for himself. What we can do here right away, if you don't mind, is I just literally hyped Lily. We can do whatever you want here today, but can we please start with Lily so I'm not made a liar of the group? Okay.
Let's do Lily.
Now, again, really quickly, we are on the 500-day moving average. I'm not sure if you use that regularly here on your charts. We also have positive seasonality literally right now in this spot, and it just looks like a pretty good spot for a long side trade. 13 just gave us the opposite side of that with the monthly chart showing a close beneath the 20 and maybe a 600 to the downside. So I'm curious to know what the queen sees. And we'll go from there.
All right. So let's have a look. Let's think about a short-term cycle trade, right? We won't be buying and holding this for a really long period of time. Let's see if we can trade the cycle event here. And so I'll go to the 1-hour chart, and then we'll look for the highest volume candlesticks to see if the traders are upside down from their positioning or on the right side of the trade. And for the person that says I kept Ulta and an elf in business, at my age, you need a lot of paint and spackling. It is important. Paint and spackling every day.
Still waiting for your answer, Jay. Still waiting for your answer.
Okay, so the last we had a downward, let's see where that one is. Yeah, that's way back there. So the last big volume move for this chart was on the 10 a.m. candlestick on May 12th. All right, so what I'm going to do is box out that range.
Okay.
And we're going to have a look at it in terms of seeing where they bounced. Did they bounce at the bottom? Did they bounce in the middle? Are they holding the range? What's going on with them? And so that candlestick looks like it's about here. Okay, so we are inside of this large candle that occurred on the 12th, right? Because we're looking for where traders have positioned themselves en masse. And those traders are going to be either in the money or out of the money. And it was a green candlestick, so they are looking to very likely hold this position to the upside. I like what I'm seeing here for a move back to the top. The one fly in the ointment is if we are cycling into June, which is normally a weaker month of performance, technically speaking. I don't know if you talk about that with anyone else, but from a seasonality perspective, that June gives us a little bit of trouble. So
Yeah.
how can we trade it? Let's say that it gets to 750. That's a big fat round number in general, and the base is about 710. Okay, so let's think about how we might want to position this for, say, 20 days out. Okay, the volatility for that space tells us that for the end of June, it's priced in a $57 move. Okay, so that puts it outside of the box that we measured. And so here is my supposition. If we want to go long and we're using this number, let's go inside of that number and try to position a butterfly, meaning let's go $20 ahead, and we'll use the $60 as the middle strike. Okay, so let's go $20 ahead would be 750. That's where we think it might go. And oops, if we did that, we would be looking at 750. That's 20. So we need another $30. So that's 780. And then 820, 830, 30, 830, 780, 810. All right, so a little bit expensive. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's true. Yeah, a little bit expensive. It's about $4, but it's
Mhm.
got $3,000 of upside, and it's inside of the risk threshold. So let's say they actually do move $57. We're going to be just fine, right? Because we've got $50 from this price. It's going to be superb. If you're thinking to yourself, wait a second, I want to spend less, then my thought would be tighten the range in the following way. You want to do maybe a 740. For heaven's sakes, operator error again. So we can do 740 to 740 to 760. Okay. Good heavens. Oops, sorry. I did a 3 of them by accident. And then we want to do 780. Let's add one of those back. Got a little bit of a lag here. And then 780. And so no, it wouldn't be a 1x4. We don't want to kill ourselves.
No, we don't.
All right, so let's subtract. Oops, sorry, wrong direction.
I was going to say that I think I'm getting a lag too on here.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about Fridays when I come to visit. There's a
Yeah, I
little
don't
gremlin
either.
that
And
hangs out.
it's got to be something Restream related because 13 is a
Yeah.
different issue too. It's okay. So this does look a little bit cheaper then.
Yeah.
Or
Yes, it does look a little cheaper. It's about 2 something. If I can get my head on straight here for my subtractions, a 1x2x1 is going to give us something that's going to cost about 258. And so as soon as it hits 760, you got to go because the implied vol says it could easily go to 780. And we don't want the option to blow up on us. So yeah,
okay.
that's what I like.
Okay, good.
I
I
do
was
like
trying
that.
to figure out something with a call spread or a butterfly. I couldn't get any of them as cheap as the 250. No surprise there. We just needed your help for that. So really good stuff there with Lily. Was there anything else that you wanted to take a look at that you had on the docket for today?
No, but I do want to tell us to be careful. We had a huge up and then down, and so today the market is just taking a breath, going, "What the heck's going on?" We had this came directly off of that news that the courts had said that
Mhm.
tariffs were illegal, and then we gave it all the way back, and then all of a sudden China goes, "Hey, we're not gonna stand for whatever." So I think a lot of traders don't want to be long into the weekend, just in case.
Mhm.
But if we do hold the floors, we should see sideways motion. So I just want us to be careful with size and not trying to buy breakouts and
I
that
think
sort
that's
of thing.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. We were kind of talking about that earlier here. We kind of summarized it as more uncertainty being pumped into the market, which the market doesn't like. And so
Exactly.
sizing up into that, probably not the best idea. Okay, we've got 4 minutes here. Do you think we can quickly do EL as a sympathy
Oh,
to
Estee
Ulta and
Lauder?
L? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jay got back. We're going to end today on a very nice comment. Jay said, "You don't need makeup. You're a natural beauty." So it was
Oh,
not an insult. It was a compliment. It sounds like. Thank you,
so
Jay, for complimenting.
funny. All right.
But anyway, let's do Estee Lauder. We'll see.
All right, let's take a look at Estee Lauder. Ever since the son took over, they've had a little bit of a rough patch. And not that he's not good at what he does. I just think that Estee was sort of that visionary, and there are so many other social streams that really a lot more influencers are using other products, and we're seeing the rise in those products. As soon as the chart pops up, I'll give us a go here. Let's try the daily. It could be a nice sympathy play, but to what end? I still see this one having a lot of trouble in the long run. They bought a couple of smaller companies over the last few years, but as far as how well it's brought up their boost, not sure. Also, the vol is kind of low on here, so the juice might not be worth the
squeeze, okay.
So, yes, certainly trending upward. Certainly trending upward, but look at this thing. I mean, look at what's happened to it over the last year. It's just every single bounce gets sold, and I don't think we have a change. I don't think we have a sea change here. I would be looking for something to short this one as it moves up into the last swing high. So I would say, here's the last swing high. We just hit it. Oh my gosh, this is a short opening right now with a very tight stop of maybe $1 in price. So let's have a gander at this one. So if we go to this one and we go, all right, I think I see a short here. How can I position? Let's see where the traders are calling 595. So $63 or so, $62 is where it's into. If we go long, we'll step back to 65. And then maybe 60. Got a lot of traders sitting right there. And then 55. So $500 of upside with a potential 75-cent move. You know, you could think it would move down even a little further into July for every single bounce. These guys just don't know how to capitalize on influencers.
And they also have the most China exposure, according to Jay.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So that really
July.
kind of lines up.
Yeah.
That really kind of lines up. Okay.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie, really great stuff. It doesn't matter if you're late. You still put butts in the seats. You still pack the content in, even if it's truncated. Really good stuff here today. Do me a favor and enjoy your weekend, okay? We're going to catch up with you next week.
Thanks so much. You the same. Take care, everybody.
Will do. That is Anne-Marie Band. Really good stuff here from the group. Thank you for the nice comments. We're here to talk nice to people. We're not here to be mean. So we're going to keep being nice. Thank you, Jay. Really good stuff there. Great participation from the group and a great week. I know we had kind of a shortened week here this week, but a great week here on PreMarket Playbook. Now, though, we're not done. We're not done. Let's go ahead and talk to Paulo. Paulo, I apologize. I think I said Sandy was coming up here. Paulo is, of course, coming up. What do you got coming up on Trading Made Simple?
Hello, Ryan. How are you? Can you hear me successfully?
I hear you like you're sitting in the room with me.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And we are going to be reviewing some potential trade setups into the next weeks. Some buys, some longs, some shorts as well for the most important stocks.
Okay.
The most traded ones. All right. My screen is sharing.
Yep. Let me go ahead and play the intro.
All right.
Option trading made simple with Paulo starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. This is Paulo from Trading Made Simple, and we're going to do some technical analysis and see some potential trades for the next 2 weeks. All right, so our first trade is going to be here, NVIDIA on the weekly, and we're going to compare it to the 4-hour time frame as we are noticing a very interesting development for NVIDIA, but of course, for some context. All right, so this was the most important week lately for NVIDIA, right? We did have earnings report for NVIDIA on Wednesday's closing bell. All right, And on the charts here, on the technicals, we see that NVIDIA was retesting its macro resistance trend line from what still remains a downtrend for the stock. The key question was NVIDIA going to be able to have a bullish breakout above technical resistance, or we're going to see a potential rejection for the stock? So earnings is out, and NVIDIA has not given us much answers yet. Initially, we had a positive reaction for the earnings. Let me zoom in here. Initially, we had a positive reaction, and this was a bullish breakout. However, with yesterday's pullback and today's continuation of this pullback, we are right at the breakout level. So what the bulls would like to see for NVIDIA? Of course, the bulls want NVIDIA to close this weekly candlestick above 137. That would signal a bullish breakout for the stock. Then I would be potentially discussing a retest of all-time highs or even brand new all-time highs for the stocks. However, the bears are still here. We're failing to close above that breakout, and bears would even try to argue a potential head and shoulders here reversal. All right. However, what I do think might happen if we actually close the week below 135, or even we still got some trading hours for today's session, even if somehow the bears are able to close this weekly candlestick red, that could be a good short signal for the stock. I wouldn't rule out a potential retest of support on our pattern. We got a pennant pattern, a macro pennant pattern here for all the bull market that started on 2023 for the stock. So it's all about the closure above or below 135, 136, 137 for NVIDIA. When we actually zoom in into the 4-hour time frame, oh, no. We do have some more answers. I personally like to view the weekly chart for trend direction, right? Do I want to go medium to long-term bullish? Do I want to go medium to long-term bearish? And on 4 hours, I start to notice when the minor trend starts appearing. And what we have right now, it's still kind of retest of support for NVIDIA on the 4 hours, but we are seeing some, I wouldn't call them minor, but early bearish developments. And let's see. When we zoom out, right, we have here an ascending channel on the 4-hour for NVIDIA, which marked the lows here on that Liberation Day crash. We had one retest of our support trend line on the channel, and it was also respected accordingly here under resistance. What I personally do not like for NVIDIA, all right, if I would be to be an NVIDIA bull, what I don't like is the bearish divergence on the RSI. Let me increase it. Divergences between the RSI are very reliable signals traders and investors can trust, and they usually signal momentum switching, momentum shifting. Bearish divergences signal a potential bullish to bearish reversal, as well as a potential bullish divergence might signal a bearish to bullish reversal. And what do we see here? We see a bearish divergence. What is a bearish divergence? A bearish divergence between the RSI and price action is when we see price action doing higher highs, but we see lower highs on the divergence. What does that mean? That means this move is initially losing momentum. All right. So NVIDIA, we were here also on the 4-hour. We were on a rising wedge pattern as well. And the pattern was going to end for earnings. We did have the bullish reaction, but this reaction just took us to resistance here on the charts. It just took us to resistance on the 4-hour, where we saw a big rejection. And as we mentioned, on this higher high, 143 for NVIDIA compared to our previous high at 136, we had here this bearish divergence. So this was actually indicating that this breakout yesterday, it was actually indicating that this retest of 137 was not going to hold, and we are actually breaking below that level. We also see the biggest dark pool activity here. This one is signaled by Traditix. I use Traditix dark pool levels, right, as well as the net flow, and it's currently located at 136.09. All right, let me actually bring you here the dark pool level for NVIDIA. Let me request it here for the bot. And if this big dark pool position is starting to form here and we actually start breaking below 136, I wouldn't understand this was a distribution for the stock. Here it goes. Let me show you. So this is what we have for NVIDIA. These are the dark pool levels, which are signaled by the TradeEthics AI bot, which of course you can access on our Discord server. All right. So what do we notice? We notice at 136.09, we notice a 47.6 billion position. Dark pool platforms are for institutional investors to do their buying, their selling. We cannot know who executed these positions, and we cannot know if they were buys or longs. You might be wondering, then how do we use it? What we do is we notice and we follow the dark pool activity for the stocks we frequently trade. And once we are noticing increasing dark pool activity, which would mean institutional activity, by reading price action reaction to this activity, we kind of can understand if this was dark pool buying or dark pool selling. So this on the practice, right, it works as support and resistance. Remember, we have 47.6 billion at 136.09, which would be this level. So what is that telling me? I currently understand that was institutional money selling here, the distribution. You might think, but hey, we had an initial bullish reaction. Yes, but are we able to hold it? Unfortunately for the bulls, not yet. So I would understand this was the bull trap for NVIDIA. This was a liquidity grab to the upside. And if we actually close below 136, that would look like this is actually distribution. NVIDIA could be going to retest the potential lows here on the channel at 123. We are also losing momentum here on an ascending support trend line located at 136. The same level as the dark pool. So NVIDIA, my confirmation level would be 136 and my time frame confirmation would be today's closing bell. If we actually close here below this dark pool at 136, which would be the breakout, I would understand the stock is ready for a potential retest of support, where my target would be, next target for NVIDIA would be 129. If we break lower than 129, I would be looking at 123 on the bottom of this range. However, if we break below the bottom of this range, all right, let's say we break below 122, then I would be looking at the macro price target. 122 would be where? Here. So that could be a potential pullback. If we start breaking below this channel, I'd be discussing a potential retest of the macro support somewhere around 97 for NVIDIA. Now let's proceed with other semiconductor stocks on the weekly time frame. They're looking at wonderful places here for trades. So now we're going for AMD. I'm personally calling a bottom on AMD. I do think AMD already bottomed. So we had a massive bounce from the never broken support trend line here on the weekly, and also you can view it on the monthly. Does that mean this support trend line will never break? No, but so far we had a nice bounce. Similar to 2021 and 2023, we had a 5-wave completed elite wave count into a 5-point corrective wave here. We already had the 5-wave lower, so that is the reason I do think AMD already bottomed. All right, we also retraced to the 0.7 Fibonacci retracement from all the previous bull market for AMD. Initially, we are finding some resistance at the 200 moving average, which aligns perfectly with a descending resistance trend line for the stock, and we have been trading here, chopping around for the next for the past 3 weeks. I do think a potential rejection here would be a great buying opportunity for AMD. All right, a potential bottom could be a potential bottom for this potential pullback could be somewhere around 80. Maybe we could be retesting 90. I would have to go into the 4-hour chart to try to find a bit more target. This one is the weekly, a bit more macro. All right, but for the bulls, we always have to analyze both potential trade directions: the bull case, the bear case. I do think this is a macro bull case, but on the bear case, we could still have a pullback here. I would be looking at it as a great buying opportunity on the bull case. And AMD would be breaking above 120. All right, we would be breaking here above 120, above the 200 weekly moving average, and also above this downtrend resistance trend line. Then I would be looking for a bull market for AMD. Absolutely. Next semiconductor we're seeing here, Broadcom. So for Broadcom, we are initially rejecting resistance on this downtrend. So as we can see, they have the same chart. Broadcom, AMD, NVIDIA, semis do have absolutely the same chart, which is at resistance. So could we see a potential dip buying opportunity for semiconductor stocks the next 2 weeks? Could potentially be. So for Broadcom, this confirmation level is 242. A potential break above it would signal bull market continuation for the stock. However, rejection here, macro resistance would still be 160. I'm not sure if we would be going all the way. On the 4-hour, we would have to identify more immediate support targets. And for QCOM, we have absolutely the same chart. This one looks a bit more like AMD. We got its resistance trend line. So far, this is a 3-point corrective. I do think QCOM already bottomed. We are also rejecting from the 200 weekly moving average. I would be looking at the bottom, at a potential buying opportunity for QCOM at 125. Let me see here 1 second. All right. So, and now we're going to go with some other stocks here. Let me see which ones. Let's go now with PayPal. I like PayPal here. I also would be calling a potential bottom for PayPal, even though if we make a slightly lower low, let's say the market goes for a pullback and we reaches here the bottom of what seems a macro inverse head and shoulders reversal, I do think PayPal kind of already bottomed. We're seeing this potential head and shoulders reversal. The neckline and the shoulders do not have horizontal levels. They are kind of descending, but we can see they're working parallel. So that is actually reinforcing this setup. What I like for the stock, I like the monthly. When we go to the monthly, what do we notice? We notice this big volume on the monthly. So a trick we can do with the volume here indicator, and this you can only do it on the monthly. Yes, you can also kind of try to do it on the weekly, but on the monthly, it's super clear. So what I like to see is I like to see the volume on the monthly, and that usually tells me if we are seeing a potential accumulation or a potential distribution pattern. So for PayPal, I view this as a potential accumulation pattern. We are seeing this big volume, which only indicates institutional money activity, smart money, big money activity. And do we think smart money, big money is actually selling the stock here? After all this drop, no, I do think they're actually buying it. So the monthly volume is actually looking bullish for the stock. Yes, it is. We also see here on the monthly the bullish divergence starting to form. Check this out. This was a lower low in price action, right? Compared to June 22. So far, the bottom on November 23 was a lower low in price action, but the monthly bullish divergence on the RSI was a higher low. So that is a bullish divergence on the monthly chart. A potential bullish divergence on the monthly time frame could be a very reliable bottoming signal macro time frame for the stock. So I do think PayPal would be a good investment. I wouldn't be calling it here a swing trade. You know, we have been here for 2-3 months. I would be looking at this as a good long-term investment in shares. So if you do like the company, I do think this is a great opportunity for building a position for PayPal. And I would like to also show you another stock I personally invested in. The past 2-3 weeks, I have been accumulating step by step a position, and I will show you. And at first, you're going to think, wow, Jesus, Paulo is crazy. What is he talking about? How could he be bullish on this stock? And then I will explain you what I am seeing. I'm bullish on Teladoc. Yes, I'm bullish on Teladoc. I know how that sounds. I'm very bullish on Teladoc. What do we see? We see a massive capitulation. You see this chart and you think there is absolutely no way. No, this guy is crazy. There's just no way we could see a recovery for Teladoc, right? Seems impossible. But what do we see still on the monthly time frame? I'm calling this one a buy. I personally invested into this one. Long-term position, shares, just holding. Super long-term time frame, years. We're talking years here. We see here this monthly volume. All right, this is a big monthly volume. I do think this is institutional money telling. I know you might think, hey, but you see that red candlestick, that would be bearish. No, the color on the candlestick doesn't tell you the direction. the color depends on how the candlestick close, and the volume tells you the amount of shares traded under that specific time frame. So here, all right, here on the week of February 3, 2025, this was the biggest volume on the monthly time frame. Never ever Teladoc has traded so many shares. All right, Teladoc has never traded so many shares on a monthly time frame here. We're seeing the stock is actually dying. Let me zoom in 1 second to the weekly. Let me delete this 1 second. On the weekly, we got this support trend line. Basically goes back to the dinosaurs. Since the stock, there is the dinosaurs, yes, it goes basically back to the dinosaurs. And we are finding here, it is for the stock. What do we see on the weekly? All eyes on this. We see the bullish divergence. Check it here. It's super important for the stock, all right? We see a lower low here. Here, Teladoc actually went to 6.37. Here, it actually went to 6.85. But what is the weekly RSI doing? It's a bullish divergence. It's a bullish divergence for the stock. We can see that trend line here. So I'm sorry, I did have a trend line. I wanted to add this one. 1 minute, Control C. There we have it. So we also got this resistance trend line. It looks like the pattern is going to end by July. So by July, we're either having a bearish breakdown or we're either having a bullish breakout. And I want you to remember this chart, all right? I know you must be thinking, wow, Jesus, Paulo went crazy. How could he be calling this a buy? I mean, it's impossible. Check the chart, right? Seems completely impossible to imagine a recovery. But remember this, accumulation pattern, check this super tight candlesticks and check this aggressive volume. I'll show you how this could actually look. And it doesn't mean we have to develop like that, but it does mean it is possible. See this, see Carvana. Isn't it the same chart? Check it. Stock almost died here. And once it was dying, what was the monthly volume doing? The monthly volume here was increasing. And I want to show you this. Let me go 1 second back to Teladoc. All right. So let's say you think, no, this guy, no, it couldn't be possible. Look at this candlestick. It's a red candlestick. That's bearish because the color is red. No, that's only indicating you the color of the candlestick on the closing. We could have closed 1 cent below our opening. The candlestick would be red, right? Check this red candlestick. Now let's go here to Carvana. Where is Carvana? I have to clean here my watch list. There it is. Check it here. Check this red candlestick. If we would apply the color reasoning to it, this would be a selling, but what did it happen? It was the bottom for the stock. So this monthly volume trick, I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite tricks for long-term investment, right? And this volume was indicating us the stock is recovering. So does that mean, and check it out, it's absolutely the same stock. So does that mean that Teladoc doesn't necessarily have to do the same? No, not necessarily. But I do absolutely view it as a great buying opportunity. All right, we still got 9 more minutes. So let's go with some other charts I would like to see here. Another chart I like here is Unity stock. Unity software here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot also. And in Teladoc, without going into the chart, I do think they are accumulating. I have been following their fundamentals, their news. The stock is mostly owned by BlackRock, by State Street, Vanguard. Of course, they trust on it. They're the biggest positions. And Teladoc is currently building some AI applications for health. I don't know exactly what is their product. There's not much news in, but what I do think is they are developing AI for the stock. You can check it out. You can put Teladoc AI on the news on Google. It will tell you all what they're working on. So I do think institutional money is quietly building a position for Teladoc before they release the news. All right. So Teladoc was a pandemic stock, right? When we needed those remote doctors. Once the pandemic trade was over, of course, Teladoc basically gave all that. It went into a massive historical rejection. We didn't need the remote doctors anymore. But now we are viewing this AI revolution. So is Teladoc going to be able to integrate AI into their services? And does institutional investors know that? That is the reason they are increasing their position, causing that huge monthly volume. I personally do think, and that is my personal bias, which makes me a Teladoc investor at these levels. I have been building my position in between 6.9, 7.3. Every once I get a dip in the market, DCA, I'm building my position for Teladoc. Now Unity software here also looks like an accumulation pattern, but we are at resistance. All right, we are at resistance. A potential break here, potential break above 28, 29 would signal a bullish breakout for the stock. What I like for Unity software, we have the increased volume here. So I would understand that this is also an accumulation pattern. We've got 7 more minutes. Let me see which others I have here. And now I would like to show you some potential short setups. I have been reviewing these short setups. If you have been attending our session, you already know which ones I'm going to talk about: Spotify, Palantir, and Uber. I have personally been shorting these ones, but we are still on a distribution pattern. So for Spotify, looks like a completed 5-wave Elliott wave count. All right, stock also looks like a potential double top. We are retesting our historic resistance trend line at 680, never broken before. It doesn't mean it will never break, but it is a great risk to reward ratio here for shorts. All right, so for Spotify, we do see the bearish divergence. What is so bearish about it? That wave 3 account here, a trick for Elliott wave count on the weekly time frame for spotting wave 5 is the bearish divergence between wave 3 highs and wave 5 highs. So for Spotify, we got the bearish divergence here. When we go now, let me show you Spotify on the 4-hour time frame. What do we see? On the 4-hour time frame for Spotify, we got a wedge pattern. We can see all this distribution. Orange is the dark pool activity. It's right here. So this is indicating the institutional money was likely distributing here. We can see all this chop. If we zoom out here to what happened here, all this chop is this. And we actually broke below the wedge. What is so bearish about Spotify? What is so bearish is the additional RSI divergence on the 4-hour chart. We can see here on the chart, let me delete this one. We can see all these were higher highs for Spotify, higher highs, $1, $2 above. But on the RSI, there were all lower highs here, lower highs. So that was actually indicating us early signal of rejection at resistance and breakdown of support. And that is what happened. We rejected resistance. We broke down on the wedge pattern. And now we are retesting the broken down wedge pattern as resistance. So I'm personally short Spotify into the next 2-3 weeks. I do think this is the retest of broken down support trend, broken down support. Now as resistance, I'm short Spotify here. I'm looking for this drop for Spotify. The other one I do like is Palantir, which has the same chart as Spotify. Looks like a completed 5-wave correction. We do got here the bearish divergence. We are back to retesting resistance. What do we see on the 4-hour time frame for Palantir? We see once again a distribution under a bearish divergence. We can see this high here was higher on price action, still a bearish divergence on declining RSI. We already lost that momentum. We are forming dark pool here, and seems that this might be on the 4-hour a potential double top if we actually reject. With the bearish divergence between wave 3 highs and wave 5 highs, which was on the weekly a higher high, but it was a lower high on the RSI. I do think Palantir is ready at least for a retest of support on the next 2 weeks. And we got, I think, time for one more or maybe two. And the other one would be Uber. So this one already actually developed. We're also calling here shorts for Uber. Thankfully, I was able to catch some as well, rejecting from our never broken resistance trend line, which has marked all the tops for the stocks, back to the dinosaurs basically here. 2019, technological dinosaurs, right? So we had here this rejection again. All right, so either wave count here, we got the bearish divergence on the weekly. Wave 3 highs, wave 5 highs, bearish divergence. I do think this was an ABC irregular correction. This wave 4 here, this was a bit hard here. Initially, I was looking at this as wave 5, but once we actually started breaking above this, I updated my chart here. So for Uber, it looks like we already completed a 5-wave Elliott wave count. I would understand Uber is ready for a potential correction. All right, let me see if we have here for one more stock. Yes, we have time for one more. And this one, I like it for longs. I like Roblox here. So, I mean, Jesus, look at this chart. Roblox, it's a bullish breakout. What pullback says? What pullback in the market says Roblox, which is trading at weekly highs? Yes, no pullback. Absolutely not. So Roblox is breaking above its resistance trend line, goes back to all-time highs. We broke above this level. We successfully retested it, and we continue higher. Where to buy Roblox? So would Roblox be a buy here? I wouldn't be chasing it. I would remain patient. All right, I would remain patient. Maybe to catch it at 66. Maybe we could have, a potential retest of the breakout. Maybe we could catch it here. That would be a good buying opportunity for potential Roblox bulls. This is looking bullish. What I don't like, all right, there is just one thing I don't like, is that we're not noticing much volume here. We're not noticing much volume on this breakout. And if I go to the monthly, it's not showing us. It's not showing us that trick. Remember the accumulation? Nope. It's just not showing that accumulation. And we are also at almost at overbought. So even though I do like it on the weekly here for a potential swing trade, I don't have, I mean, it's not, doesn't look that powerful. There, the volume at least we don't have the backing up here with the volume. All right. So I think we have run out of time. And as a closing analysis, I would focus on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, it's no longer a bullish breakout so far. All right. Looks like maybe we had a fake out on earnings reaction. I wouldn't like that. When we go here to the 4-hour, remember we mentioned the dark pool activity at 1:30, and we closed the 4-hour candlestick below that level. We lost the bulls. We lost the support trend line for NVIDIA. We lost it on the 4 hours. We're initially breaking below that one, also below the dark pool. So I would look at a potential pullback to 130 for NVIDIA. If we break 130, I would be looking at 123. If this ascending channel breaks down, then for NVIDIA, let's see, where would that be? That would be 130 to 123, right? So let me add it here 1 second. This is our final chart. I'm still in 1 minute from the guys. I'm sorry. This is 123. Where would this be? This would be here. The other one would be 130. Somewhere here. So this would be the channel support. We don't see it as a channel. This would be this support zone. I just put it out horizontally. So initially, we could still kind of retest this support zone from the 4-hour. We could bounce and break out, and that would be continuation or resumption of the bull market for this stock. However, all right, if we actually break below 123, 124, I would be looking for a much deeper pullback for NVIDIA. Below 123, I would be looking for 95, potentially. So all eyes here on NVIDIA on the 4 hours. Let's see if we can still hold this channel or not. So I understand we already ran out of time. I would like to thank you, everyone, for your attendance. I would like to also thank Benzinga for inviting me here one Friday each. We're currently alternating with Sandra, one Friday each one. And I would like to invite you all to join our Discord server, right? You can find more information about our services. We do a lot of automated trades. You can just set them and forget them. We use a lot of tools. We use Dartpool, we use the Jax bot, we use the TradingTix AI bot. We can set those automated trades and just let them work passively, right? You can find more about our information on tradingmadesimple.org. That is our webpage. So hope to be able, I also do live trading sessions every day, 1 hour from Mondays to Fridays. So looking forward to trading with all in our Discord server. Thank you, everyone, and see you.